I'm calling to order the October 6th meeting of the Planning Commission of the City of Dana Point. I would like to ask Denise if she would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
We move to a roll call. Do we have a full contingent? Director Reynoso, do we have a full contingent?
Yes, please let the record reflect that all commissioners are present.
We move to item number 1, which is approval of minutes of the regular Planning Commission meeting of September 8th, 2014. Do we have any corrections, additions, or abstentions? Commissioner Whitaker? I believe Vice Chair has, you want her to go first while you're looking for yours?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 8, it says that you reconvened the public testimony, and it should read Vice Chair O'Connor reconvened public testimony. That's one. Page 10, one of the public speakers was Matthew, and there's just a blank, and I'm assuming it was illegible, so are we going to leave that blank? Okay. And then page 11, my comments, near the bottom of the page, it says lots of people, if we could say many people, do not like that change. And then I'd like to strike the following sentence. There are guidelines to reach a certain destination as we envisioned. I'm not sure what that means. And then practical projects are finding out that our original ideas I'd like to insert for town center plan regarding 4 stories. And then it continues on, may not be viable for a building project. And those are my comments on item 1.
You mean item 1, the September 8th?
Yes.
Okay. And Commissioner Whitaker?
And then I have a correction to page 12, second sentence. Concerning the curb cut, she said that it may be too close to the existing restaurant driveway, and then delete by the adjacent restaurant. That was more of my intent. Thank you.
Any other corrections or additions?
I'll make a move that we approve the minutes with the corrections.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We move on to, what am I looking for here? Minutes of the regular Planning Commission meeting of September 22nd, 2014. Again, any corrections, additions, or abstentions?
Go ahead.
I'll go first this time.
Commissioner Whitaker first.
On page 7, under my comments, the way the sentence reads, I think that's the third sentence, it sounded as if I meant for the columbarium to be within the interior of the church. And what I was saying is that it should be in the interior of the site, not along the residential property line. And I suggested that they could possibly use one of the walls of one of the structures and do their garden adjacent to that. So that was my intent there.
Commissioner Denton, any? Commissioner Newkirk?
Oh, but I do. Page 8, thank you, Madam Chair. My comments, Vice Chairwoman O'Connor asked, and I'd like to strike out, if is it preferable to add a condition for hours of the bells? It should read, if the commission could remove the columbarium from the resolution and/or continue the item. I believe that is more specific to what I was saying. It wasn't the bells that were the issue, it was the columbarium.
Okay, are there any other additions or corrections? Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes with the corrections.
With a second? All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
Minutes have been approved.
Who was the second?
Commissioner Newkirk.
We move on to public comments. Anyone wishing to address the Planning Commission during the public comment section or on an agenda item is asked to complete a request to speak form, which is available from our secretary, who is not sitting, is sitting right there. The completed form is to be submitted to the Planning Commission secretary prior to an individual being heard by the Planning Commission. Also, we ask you, if you have not printed, so that we can easily see what your name is and how to pronounce it, you will probably be heard last. So if you think that it would be helpful if you went back up and wrote like you did in kindergarten, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Any person wishing to address the Planning Commission on a subject other than those scheduled on the agenda is recommended to do so at this time. In order to conduct a timely meeting, there will be a 3-minute time limit per person and an overall time limit of 15 minutes for the public comment portion of the agenda. State law prohibits the Planning Commission from taking any action on a specific item unless it appears on the posted agenda. Do we have any slips for the public comments?
We have no request to speak.
We move on to the consent calendar. There are no items on the consent calendar. We move on to new business, which is the item number 3, Planning Commission study session for a new development of a mixed-use residential/commercial that will include 168 residential condominium units, approximately 2,471 square foot of commercial space, and approximately 0.5 acres of visitor-serving parkland dedication at 34202 Del Obispo Street. Do we have a staff report?
A brief one. I just wanted to outline the procedure for this evening related to this study session. The applicant will be introduced and they will give a presentation on the project. The Planning Commission will be able to ask questions of the applicant and of staff, if you have any for staff. And then we will be requesting the public who wishes to provide comments to come up and do so as well. So I'd like to introduce the applicant, Project Dimensions with AG A&M Doheny LLC. I'm not sure who, is it Brad Hall? If you would please step up and give us your presentation, please.
Good evening. My name is Brad Hall. I'm with the project team for the Del Obispo project. Very happy to be here tonight. It's been 3.5 years in the making. We're very excited about discussing what the project is that we have, which has essentially become the gateway to your south entrance of the city. And our hopes is to also have a project that ties in with the pedestrian bridge and provide and facilitate access to the coastal area over there. The team I have with me tonight is Steve Sandlin from Project Dimensions, David Obitz from KTGY, he's the architects, and John Pallison from your local landscape company, Summers Murphy. We'd like to thank also the city staff for putting up with us also and working diligently with us over the last 3.5 years. They've been very helpful. We'll start out first. There's on the screen you have an overhead view of the project as a site as it currently exists. It's a U-shaped project in that it goes around the retail center that is that's currently there. Let me just show it here. So this is the site. This is the site here. Little history to it. Prior to 2004, it was a 90-space mobile home park. And then in 2007, the prior owner, a company by the name of Makar, actually began the process and efforts to develop the project and submitted applications for use changes to it. In 2008, after a number of public hearings and a significant amount of community input, the Planning Commission had moved forward with proposal and approval to move forward with what resulted in today's current zoning and density use for it. We acquired control of the site in March of 2011. The current developer was in, with this particular project, had some financial distress. We had purchased the note, worked with the developer, the borrower at that time, to eventually then take control of the site through and have the fee ownership on it. We, in June of 2011, we began then working with the city on processing and completing the application that had been put forward to the Coastal Commission. Later that year, we then received the LCPA that had resulted then in the type of zoning for this particular project. So we filed the CDP. We worked again with staff with some community outreach programs to gain consensus. We met with a number of community residences, listened to what their concerns were. We've incorporated ideas into the project that we received from the community. We worked diligently in addressing concerns and measures that they had. As you may recall, SACWA, there had been a couple of litigation lawsuits from SACWA. We reached out to SACWA. We worked with SACWA. We addressed the issues that they have, and today they are supportive of the project. We've completed also the draft EIR. The EIR resulted in about 7 or 8 letters that were received. I believe all of them are from agencies. We received no letters from community residences and no material objections being reflected. As you can see, this is the pedestrian bridge currently here. This is PCH, and this is basically a street view of what the project that's being proposed would look like. So we're very happy to be able to contribute to the community in enhancing the city south gateway. Really worked very diligently in creating connectivity to the pedestrian, and also to have continuity in the architectural elements also for the residents associated then and connected to the pedestrian walkway here. The project itself, not only it enhances the gateway to the city, it also complements the pedestrian bridge and also brings together the biking trails, pedestrian walkways, mass transit. That area there actually has where the bus stop is. We've created open space and a pedestrian plaza that becomes a gathering point and kind of a collector point that then provides with the mass transit, the bike trails, and pedestrian to provide access across PCH over to the beach. We've also provided in the open space that it'll have public art and cultural areas to it, as well as landscaping. There are also no variances being requested at this time. In fact, the project itself more than satisfies all of the city zoning codes and coastal commission requirements. It actually has lower density than what is allowed, and we're providing 20% more parking than is also required by code. And then, as we mentioned before, the draft EIR has determined there is no significant or unavoidable adverse impacts to the project. So I'm going to turn it over right now to Steve Sandlin. He's going to take you through some of the site plans and elements of the architecture.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is Steve Sandlin with Project Dimensions. I want to talk a little bit about the project overview here. As you can see, this is our site plan. Orient you here, this is Pacific Coast Highway, Del Obispo along this side. The SACO facility is to the north, and the San Juan Creek is along the east side. The bridge structure is right here. As you can see, all access is to the site is off of an entrance off of Del Obispo. There is no access permitted off of Coast Highway. The only point is here that is a emergency-only vehicular access requested by Orange County Fire Authority. Pedestrian access, we have a pedestrian access through the center here, through this area around the side of the building. We have access through here, and there is also an access over on this side to the San Juan Creek Trail. This is not going to be a gated community. We also have created, as Brad alluded to earlier, these areas here that we're calling commons, which is public park area. If you know where the property line exists right now, the fence that's there, you go back another 40 feet from that fence. So from the curb, you're back about 55 feet, and that's the distance that you'll have right here for this park and for this park over on this side. We'll talk a little bit more about that a little bit later. The commercial uses are all on the first floor of these buildings facing Pacific Coast Highway at this end of the site. The people that were driving to this facility would be able to park in these spaces here, and pedestrians would be able to access the commercial space from that area. We envision this to be a visitor-serving commercial, such as a bicycle rental or some kind of a beach rental shop or something like that, but it would be visitor-serving would be our intent. Setbacks, as I mentioned here, these are about 40 feet, which is in excess of what's required along Coast Highway. We're 25 to 35 feet along the creek. We're anywhere from 25 to 50 feet along Del Obispo, and we're 10 to 15 feet on the north side to Saqua. Project summary, as Brad mentioned, we are a less intensive development than in what is permitted. The zoning is RC 18, which is residential commercial, 18 units to the acre. We have 9 acres. The residential density that would be permitted is 162 units. We are providing here, or proposing in our plan, 151 units. There's an affordable component of 17 units that would be permitted, and we're looking at 17 units affordable housing, which helps the city meet their affordable housing requirements. So the total number of units would be 179 would be permitted, and we're building 168. Commercial area, approximately 20,000 square feet of commercial area is what's permitted, and we're building about 2,470 square feet of commercial area. Lot coverage, the code allows up to 40% lot coverage. We're at 35% site coverage, so we have more open space than is required. And in fact, we have a public park of half an acre, which is those commons areas along Coast Highway, and also we're dedicating some property to the flood control district for the bicycle trail. Project tabulation, how does that 168 units break down? We have 13 one-bedrooms. We have 17 one-bedrooms that are affordable. We have approximately 59 two-bedroom and 79 one-bedroom for a total of 168 dwelling units, and again, 2,471 square feet of commercial. Areas, several people have asked tonight, what's the size of these units? The one-bedrooms are typically about 1,000 square feet, and the two-bedrooms vary, but they go up to maybe 2,100 square feet. Or the three-bedrooms, excuse me. Parking summary, as you can see, as Brad again said, we're 20% overparked. Covered parking required is 246 spaces, and we're at 322 spaces covered garaged. Uncovered and unassigned open spaces, 108. We have 109. Bicycle parking, 32 and 32. Commercial spaces required is 11, and we have 12 provided. So totals, there's 397 spaces required. We're actually providing 475. We have a variety of configurations for that 322 spaces. We have some single car garages. We have side-by-side, we have tandem, and then we also have some unassigned spaces that are in the garages. We know that one of the issues that the EIR addressed was views and protection of those views. We have maintained the building height requirement of 35 feet, and in the EIR there were a number of view simulations, and I've selected one here to take a look at. This is the before picture, and that's with our project layered in to the viewpoint from the park up on the hill. It conforms to all height requirements and density requirements and coverage requirements. And the EIR, as Brad said, there were no significant adverse impacts that were identified in the EIR. Okay, that doesn't want to cooperate. We'll go back a couple. This is the landscape plan and also open space. You can see that we have open spaces here and open spaces here that are the, we call those the public spaces. We have a common open space, which is all around the units. And then we have community recreation. We have a community recreation pool and clubhouse there. Again, we have the San Juan Creek Trail along this edge. And then we have the transit opportunities that will be discussed a little bit further for the bus stop located here in the West Commons area. Now that wants to come up. What can I say? Isn't technology wonderful? But just quickly, the pink area is the common area that's public. That's the private recreational, and then the green is the open space. This is the east parcel, so this would be over here on this end of the project. And this is the first area that you see as you come into the city. And again, where that fence is right now, envision that that park would be set back 40 to 45 feet. So you have a nice entrance plaza to the city. We also, as part of this project, will be connecting the sidewalk, which right now is a really dangerous condition between the trail and the end of the sidewalk, because you actually literally have to step out onto the travelway of the cars to walk and traverse there, either by foot or by bicycle. So this will be a wonderful improvement to the city. We also, as you can see, are doing, suggesting some enhanced paving, and also we have some landscaping here and also against the fence. This is the West Commons area over here. Thank you. The West Common area is associated with its linkage with the bridge and also the bus area here. We have bicycles parking in this area here. Again, we have an enhanced paving and are looking forward to the opportunity to possibly even do some of that enhanced paving linking these two areas across here. We also are looking at, as you could see in that earlier rendering, picking up the theme of the palm trees that are on the south side of the street. So again, as you enter into the city, you'll get a much more of a definitive entrance with the palm trees, with the bridge that the city has constructed before, with the strong architectural elements of this area here. We also have in this area, and also in the east area, we have approximately 5 or 6 areas for public art. So you could have sculpture, you could have cultural icons, whatever the city would like to do in those areas. As part of this, we're also building a small storage area here that is up against the bridge, and that would allow the city to keep some maybe tables or umbrellas or whatever that in seasonally, if they wanted to ever put those out in this area, they could be used for that. We envision that you could even have electrical outlets or water outlets in this area here that could provide for occasional events, should the city want those. But we see this really, as you come up to the bridge, a real opportunity to create a statement for the city of Dana Point. And we believe that this really will accomplish that. Now I'd like to turn the podium over to David Obitz, who's the architect for the project, who will walk you through the project architecture. David?
Good evening. My name is David Obitz. I'm with KTGY Group Architects and Planners. Thanks for having us tonight and letting us talk about our project. So what Brad and Steve have been talking about, I'd like to explain a little bit further about the elevations, the floor plans, and how the buildings work. We have 168 units. Those are comprised of townhomes and flats. They are slab on grade. There's no underground parking or parking structure or anything like that. The first floor is mostly parking garages, and as well as storage, residential storage, as well as the visitor serving commercial. The site is comprised of different sizes of buildings. We have some of our kind of longer buildings that have the civic or commercial use along PCH. longer building here along Del Obispo, but we also have some small buildings. We have some medium-sized buildings here that either are along Sakwa or along the channel here. So we like the idea that we have a variety of building scales. It's just not one kind of big building or lots of little pieces of buildings, but it feels more like a village that comprises the site plan. In the earliest concept stages, we thought about this as really our village center, this as our boardwalk area with the linear trailway, walkway, and this as really the peninsula of the site. It probably has some of the better views that look across the channel or look over PCH to the coast. I'd like to also talk about some of the building elevations. We have 3 different architectural styles or themes for our project. Brad and Steve talked about this coastal Mediterranean style, which relates strongly to the pedestrian bridge. That style is mostly along the perimeter, along the community edge. And we also have 2 other styles that help us get more of the village feel or eclectic collection. We have a beach cottage and a coastal contemporary style in addition to the Mediterranean. This is an example of the coastal Mediterranean architecture that's along the community edges. The ground floor is mostly parking behind this. We can see some garage doors back along this back edge over here as well. But that space, the ground floor also has storage, and it also has some ground floor outdoor living space that directly connects you from your unit to the trails and to the boardwalk. The second level is mostly living rooms, and then the third floor is bedrooms, and both the second and third floor have view balconies. Some straight-on 2-dimensional elevations. We can start to see some of the scale of the buildings. This is an example of this kind of the side or the end of the building. Our garage doors here, and then the front of the building that faces out to PCH or to the greenbelts. The coastal Mediterranean style is made up of smooth stucco and red tile roofs. We also have our beach cottage elevation style right here, and it's comprised of a collection of materials. It has stone base, it has wood siding, and it also has stucco as well. This has a little bit more color variety in it versus the kind of the classic California Romantica coastal Mediterranean style. And then our 2D elevations of that, we can see that we're under the height limit of 35 feet with a combination of pitched roofs and flat roofs. This is an example of one of our smaller buildings and our coastal contemporary look, and it's a combination of smooth stucco and wood siding. We like to try to get large expanses of glass where we can take opportunities to capture the view. Next slide is our example of our building sections here. This gets a little bit technical, but we think of it fairly well planned out in terms of being under the height limit. Starting with the roof, we have opportunities to do roof decks up there, so we're enhancing and supplementing our private outdoor space by getting access to the roofs. We're fitting within I believe the maximum square footage of the roof deck. We're not exceeding that. The third floor is either living levels for a stack flat or bedroom levels for a townhome. The middle level has a little bit taller ceiling, and it's primarily living space. And when there's a stack flat below it, we have our master bedroom. And then finally on the ground floor, we can see we have our 2-car garage parking, an example of 2-car side-by-side parking with the garage door here. And then the rest of the depth of the unit is for storage, utility, kayaks, beach toys, all that great stuff that goes along with this community, as well as some opportunities even for some third-car tandem parking in front of there. So we think we have the whole floor is really dedicated to storage, both car and the beach stuff. Example of our building plans: the first floor here, second floor here. We can see we have our 2-car side-by-side parking. We also, this is an example of one of the affordable units where we have single-car parking for them. The upper floor, the second floor, This unit right here is an example of the stack flat. We're providing single-level living and some floor plans, as well as some townhome units, which is vertical living. The third floor here, the top floor of the townhome with a master bedroom and secondary bedroom, and this is a stack flat, again, up on the third floor, single-level living. A couple examples of roof plans. This is one where we're screening mechanical equipment with a mansard roof, and we have a tile roof surrounding it, and this is an example of a parapeted roof, or the more contemporary look, where, again, we're using roof screening as well as providing some rooftop deck outdoor living. This is one of our smaller buildings, a duplex unit. Again, 2-car side-by-side parking. This could be a compact space, or this just could be storage for stuff. Where under the footprint of the building, we're also providing some California rooms or outdoor living that relate directly to some private yard space that's sized enough you could get a small spa and plenty of room for outdoor seating. The upper floors are really open floor plans, have more of a great room idea with either a secondary bedroom or den on the second floor. Third floor is our primary bedroom level, where we have master bedrooms with 5 fixture bathrooms, large walk-in closets, etc. And finally, a view of the roof deck with the stair down to the stair hall below. And that really comprises the architecture. I'd love to help answer any questions after this. Now I'd like to introduce John Palazin with Berkshire Summers to talk about the landscape design.
Good evening. My name is John Pallison, representing Summers Murphy & Partners Landscape Architects. When collaborating with Project Dimensions and KTGY, one of the things we want to implement was creating these paseos as part of the open space requirement. And by doing that, what we wanted to do is create a link between the Channel Trail, the San Juan Creek Trail, also the east and west commons, and also within the project itself, we have some paseos. I don't know if you can see this right here, but it's like a community gathering space as well. Another item we wanted to discuss was the Project Edge along Soquel, which we wanted to create a dense landscape buffer that would incorporate like large and medium-sized trees of different plant material, different species, to kind of screen that edge. And also, the third element was to create a enhanced entry right here. That's the main project, or actually it's the only project entry as far as vehicular access is. And this is part of the entry statement right here. It shows you like palm tree line entry along with large pilasters, stone veneered to complement the architecture. This kind of gives an example of some of the plant material. Also down here we have some enhanced paving, which would kind of give a sort of a good aesthetic appeal as people driving by, or for the residents themselves. This is more of the interior, good example of different types of plant material we'd be implementing in there. Along with, so there would be like not only palm trees, but smaller accent trees as well. We can use deciduous and evergreen. This is another example of the type of plant material we can use along the walkways within the project. Another example of more of the plant material that we'd be using maybe next to the private courtyards, as you can see right here. Also provide some lighting, path lighting for security and safety. And this is actually a good example of the low courtyard walls we'd be using to define the space between public and private. And another example of what the size maybe and what the those private patios might look like. This is one of just several examples we could use as far as perimeter landscaping, sort of that dense foliage that we use for screening not only between the SOQA and the residents, but also between the residents and the existing plaza. And we're also implementing a pool rec area that have more of a linear sized pool that fits within the site area. Go back. A little bit more about the West Common space. This is more of an active area. We're going to have enhanced paving patterns, as you can see right here, that represent, of sort of a wavy pattern that complements the beach area. Some green space that we're going to have some planters, several planters throughout this area that will have a variety of plant material that's attractive, colorful. We also have 2 bus shelters for the existing bus stop, and we're adding a bike shelter as well. So if people can come to this space, want to look around at the public art, or maybe some of the residents want to take their bikes outside the space, and they can park it right here. We also have a living wall. You can see it very well, but it lines the property line wall on both sides of this space, sort of used as a backdrop. A little bit more about the East Common space, a little bit more passive. There's not going to be a bike shelter or a stop there, but what this is like, to touch on what Steve Sandlin and Brett Hall said, is more of like the gateway to the city. So we wanted to include, to match the enhanced paving. We do have several spaces that we could use, or areas that we could use for public art. We're gonna have, we'll have some more room for more landscaping. We do have a vehicle access right here. It's emergency vehicle access only that we're actually gonna use. We've proposed what's called grass pave. It's kind of, instead of having just asphalt or concrete, we thought maybe that we could propose a sort of a more of a plant material mixed with hardscape, so like pavers and plant material, so it would kind of lessen the effect of having a large asphalt area. And we've also provided a link to the bike trail as well. You can see right here, for pedestrians or for bicyclists that want to head down either up the trail or underneath Pacific Coast Highway to the Tohini Beach. This is just an example of that type of waving pattern, color, texture. Another example of, this is a little bit more closely related to what we show on our plan. Third example, as well as part of the paving pattern that can be used with texture. This is an example of the type of plant material or enhanced paving that can be used for the pedestrian areas. This is actually a type of living wall. I don't know if everyone's familiar with that, but you can play around with it and use different types of color and patterns. And here's actually a large one actually that is in existence, I think, down in San Diego. It's rather large, but That's this type of what we're thinking about is using as the backdrop on the west common space. I think that's it. And that actually concludes the landscape portion. I'm going to turn it back over to Brad Hall.
So that's the overview of the project. As we said earlier, we're very excited about being able to be part of the community in creating what we think is a pretty exciting entryway, gateway to the city south entry here. Again, just PCH, architectural elements that tie very much into your pedestrian bridge that you have on. Project that has no variances being requested in it, and more than meets what is the code and what has been asked by Coastal Commission here. And the EIR that has no significant or unavoidable impacts identified. So we're opened up to any questions.
Commissioner Denton?
Could you point out on the site plan where the affordable housing is going to be?
Yeah. The affordable housing is located along the line up in here. 17 units.
And those are the single bedroom units?
One-bedroom units.
Are they going to be above each other or
No.
side by side?
No, I don't believe that's the way they're laid out. So they're side by side, yeah, but not, yeah.
And they have their own garage?
They have their own garage, direct access to it.
Okay, thank you.
One question based on his. When you say affordable housing, is it low income, very low income? Is it moderate income? Define.
Yeah, Steve, do you have the definition that we used on that? I can tell
this
you, I can
project
tell you
comes-
the pricing, what we expect the pricing and the price points that we're looking at is somewhere in the $350,000 to $400,000 range for the unit.
When this project comes before you at a hearing, we will be sure to have that information. We will break down what median, low, and very low is and where this falls in that.
Thank you. Vice Chair?
You showed two different architectural styles, coastal Mediterranean and coastal contemporary. Are you looking for direction as to which is preferable, or are you going to combine the two?
You know, we actually have three different styles. There's the coastal Mediterranean, and that is an example here. And we've chosen to put it in this particular location on the site so that it ties better to the architecture of the pedestrian bridge. Then we have, maybe we can get through it quickly for you here. Then I might be moving too quick here. All right, we have a contemporary, which are some of the smaller buildings that you actually see there. That has a more modern flair to it. And then we have the coastal cottage. Now, we have three styles, architectural styles, and that is to create more interest within the overall project. It's 168 units, so we're really trying to make it, and they're grouped in areas, so you'll get a sense of phasing to it, so to speak. And the idea is just so that there's more interest, there's more variety, there's more choice, and more interest to the project.
My understanding is that the water property behind this property has...
Sakwa?
Yeah, it occasionally has some odors. Is there any mitigation that you're contemplating to take care of that?
Yeah, we that was the premise of Sakwa's litigation. There's 2 different lawsuits that they brought, and we chose to just go talk to them. And we worked through a program to understand what were their issues, what are they really concerned about, and certainly that's one of them. So the architectural design and the various elements, the components that we've worked on, we've done a couple of things. Along this line here, Coastal Commission asked us to have a minimum of 10 feet. We're anywhere from 10 to 15 feet. We worked very hard then on the landscaping side to make it very dense, very lush, would anticipate mature trees. Then on the designs themselves, the overall designs themselves, each unit has our air conditioned, central air conditioned. So, then we've also worked along this edge line here so that the inside, the units themselves, we've attempted to create units that I'm going to say, has turned its back to Sakwa, meaning that along that wall that faces the Sakwa line, we have closets, we have bathrooms, we had, we put in uses that it's not a living room. We put uses, so we've tried to turn our back to it. We've done things, I think, also with some of the windows, the glazing. It's, all the windows are fixed on that side also. So those are the elements that we worked hand in hand with Sakwa on to come to a design, a final design of the elements that Sakwa then was very comfortable with and is now lending support.
Thank you, that answers my questions.
Commissioner Newkirk?
I just have a quick question on the East Commons area and that transition from the bike path to Coast Highway. It looks like that the landscaping carries around that corner and up the bike path a ways. Will that be kind of landscape the entire length of the property on the east side on the bike path? So as you ride down that bike path towards the ocean, will that, I mean, it's nice to kind of have a gateway to the city by bike as well. So
Yeah, we've, I think it's we've got a 25-foot setback, so this is lushly landscaped also along the bike path. Because these units here will have views across the channel and into the ocean, we've been very conscious about what is the landscaping elements along there also. And by doing that, it certainly enhances the landscaping elements along the bike path too. So and then we've worked towards tying in the bike path into this element, and then also the pedestrian access and safety issues that currently exist here right now. So those are greatly enhanced and safety improved also.
So the chain link fencing will essentially go away and be replaced by landscaping along there?
Yes, yeah.
Great, thank you.
How much land do you actually have?
It's a little over 9 acres. It's like 9.01 acres.
9 acres. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Whitaker?
Does Denny's remain?
Denny's, yeah, Denny's is separately owned, and I understand very much in demand by the community. Don't take away your Denny's.
I believe, any more questions?
I just had one quick question to clarify. The commercial properties that are closest to the bridge, all of the parking is essentially parallel to Del Obispo right up along that line. So that's all on property
Correct.
And that's dedicated for the commercial space?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right. If not, I'm going to open the public hearing, and I am told that we do have one speaker slip.
So just to correct, it's not a public hearing, it's a public meeting that the community is invited to participate in.
I'm opening the public meeting. How's that?
Our speaker is Jody Payne. Please state your name and city of residence.
Good evening, I'm Jody Payne. I'm an 18-year resident of Dana Point, and I have lived above this site for 18 years and have been watching it closely for 18 years, all the various trajectories, and I'm very excited to see this. In fact, I'm practically swooning over 3 little words I heard tonight that I have been waiting so long to hear. And those 3 words were no variances requested. It makes me so happy to hear that. This project, the fact that it conforms to the code, that it's using such high quality materials, the buildings look great, that they're bringing us a project that is lower density than they can do, that is actually has a park instead of taking our park. Wow, what a concept. Very happy. It's a great start to our town center, or not our town center, but our gateway center of Dana Point. Since I live in the village at Dana Point, we're very interested in how this project plays out for us since we look down over it. We'd love to see how these roofs look from above, make sure there's no equipment showing, that it looks great from above as it will from the ground. We'd also love to be able to see these slides a little more closely. I couldn't see much from back there. I know my neighbors would have loved to have been here tonight if they knew this was coming up, because it is very exciting. Let's see, I think that's about it. This is the kind of project I get enthusiastic about. I'm going to be looking at it for a very long time. I'm happy. I'm really happy. We want to see this. We're excited, and I commend you on a fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from my fellow commissioners? Commissioner Newkirk?
I think in summary, staff and the applicant are to be commended for very clearly working together to bring forward a rough draft at this point, study session to show us what the intent is. Clearly a lot of effort has gone into every element of this, from the residential styling to the commercial to visitor serving. I like what I see so far, and I'm anxious to see what you bring forward to us.
I agree with with Commissioner Newkirk. This looks like a fantastic rough draft. You're very lucky that you have a flat lot, so you don't really have to require any variances. I do appreciate that. I do like the coastal Mediterranean and the coastal cottage. I'm a little concerned about the coastal contemporary, because if it's not done well, it looks cheap. It doesn't, it doesn't have much longevity. It's a little bit more, comes and goes with certain fads. So that's just, I'm 1 vote out of 5. So, but that's just my personal opinion. And I love the idea of the living wall. I don't know how you can sustain it during the drought, but hopefully that's a possibility. Art in public places is always a nice thing, and the fact that you've dedicated a lot of open space, it's just nice, whether you're a resident on the property or a resident in town. It's just nice to see some space that isn't overbuilt or congested. I'm very happy to hear that access is going to be coming from the Del Obispo side rather than PCH, because as we all know, PCH can get kind of crowded in the summer. and always great to be overparked and not underparked. So overall, this draft looks good. Thank you.
Commissioner Denton?
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of positive comments tonight. Certainly, when one of the residents says no variance is required, it's music to people's ears. I hope that when you look to water the fantastic landscaping, that you'll find a way to implement recycled water and, bring in that as a way to mitigate the need for potable water. I can't wait to see the finished design and your finished presentation to the city. I think it's going very well.
Commissioner Whitaker?
I agree with my fellow commissioners. Looking at the EIR for this project and then the presentation tonight, I'm very excited to see this come to the city of Dana Point. And I very much appreciate really embracing providing a public entrance to Dana Point, and you were very sensitive to the new pedestrian bridge in doing that. And I think it's very thoughtful development, and I'm excited to see it.
I've been waiting about 10 years for this. The original attempt to do something wonderful with this beautiful piece of land was probably the most brutal thing that myself and I know Commissioner Denton had dealt with over the years. And so to see this come back now in something that, from my point of view, is just a godsend. I think it will be grand for this city. And I thank you for bringing it to us. If there are no other comments, I will move on to item number 4, which is conditional use permit CUP 14-0007, site development permit SDP 14-0024 for the construction of a graded pad on an existing undeveloped dirt and gravel lot that will be utilized for the storage of boats and RVs. Do we have I guess we do.
Yes, and John Tilton, our city architect and planning manager, is uploading the presentation at this moment. It should be ready shortly, and then John will start his presentation.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. This is item 4. It is a conditional use permit and a site development permit for improvements to the South Coast Water District property that runs along San Juan Creek next to the railroad tracks when accessed off of Stonehill. I believe we've all pretty familiar with that property. Here is shows the project location. South Coast Water District's property along the creek is about 30 acres. And this parcel is called Lot A. It is about 5 acres. And it is zoned, the zoning is called Industrial Business, IB zone, which does allow storage uses with a conditional use permit. The other entitlement that's required is a site development permit, and that is because of its proximity to the creek. It's in a flood zone, so any improvements in the flood zone require a site development permit. Here's an aerial view of the property right here, Stonehill, and the entryway, the private driveway right here. Currently, the 30 acres is improved right here with a modern facility. The rest of the property is pretty much unimproved and has a variety of different storage uses. Here's a view looking east from Stonehill Drive, private entry. This is looking, after you've entered and looking back towards Stonehill Drive. The vacant parcel we're looking at is, sometimes has storage for various car dealers. If you took that drive down to the end of the cul-de-sac, that's where the entry to this storage yard would be. This is looking back towards San Juan and the newer hotel that's in San Juan. There is an existing stockpile of soil on the site. All of that would be redistributed throughout the site. So virtually all of the grading would be on site with very little, a very small amount of soil possibly being taken off site as a part of this. Following the grading, they would put 1 inch of decomposed gravel. This is somewhat of a temporary type use, although it's well beyond the 120 days that we would normally call temporary. So it's probably a longer term temporary. It could be used for storage of vehicles, could be storage of RVs, primarily would be trailerable boats, is what we're told. There will be mechanical gates to it. And again, the site would be open for storage and retrieval of boats and RVs. 4:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week, May through September. 5 a.m. to 6 p.m. 7 days a week in October through April. After hours access to the site would not be allowed. There would be very minimal lighting on this plan, and we have a condition proposed that that we do need to review any final lighting that would be proposed as part of the improvement plan to make sure it doesn't spill off into the night sky. They will have a site manager on site to manage the day-to-day operations, I'm told. Again, here's the existing topography for the site next to the groundwater facility. Their existing stockpile, about 13,000 cubic yards, would be redistributed throughout the site. Here's a sample striping plan. The striping plan that they submitted to us shows the ability to put 190 and change spaces, although, again, this is just a sample. It could accommodate upwards of 250 boats, and in fact, we had a clarification come, and you should have a copy of it from South Coast Water District, which clarified that, because there were a number of questions, how many boats, trailers, whatever, could be fit on this site. And they clarified, because their plan here only shows 199, those are very large spaces, and because there'd be a wide variety of sizes, again, it could probably accommodate up to 250, maybe even more. They're proposed to have it gated with a chain link, with a sliding gate. That fence would be 8 feet high. Again, it'd be a swing double gate. The use is consistent with the Dana Point zoning code. It allowed with a conditional use permit. As a result, staff's recommending approval of this project. Available for any questions. The applicant, a representative of the Water District, is also here, and he may be able to answer questions too. Thank you.
Commissioner Denton?
Thank you, John. I'm just curious, what provision is going to be made for trash pickup people come back from fishing and using their boat all day. Quite often they have bottles, cans, all types of things that they want to get rid of. Is there going to be trash dumpsters on site to be picked up?
I don't see that as being provided on, although I believe all their trash would have to be taken away with them. There is, again, as my understanding, there's no maintenance on this site, no maintenance of any boats. It's just strictly for the storage. And so unless they do provide trash facilities on the site, all of it would have to be hauled off individually.
Okay.
Vice Chair?
Will there be any cameras monitoring the storage lot?
That you'd have to ask the water district that. I don't see it on the plan.
I didn't see a dump station or water, provided to fill up tanks. Did I miss that on the plans? Or it's just not there?
Again, the question for the district.
Okay.
Good evening, Andy Brunhart, General Manager, South Coast Water District.
So we need to open the public hearing so you can speak, but go ahead.
Not in Lot A. In Lot B, which is the lot directly adjacent to Lot A, when Lot B is constructed out, it's within the coastal area, there will be a boat washdown area of self-collected recycling for boat washdown strictly.
But what about for drinking water to fill up a tank? I mean, for RVs, being a former RV owner, there are two requirements that you need for if you're going to store your RV, and that's water and a dump station. Is that in your plans at all?
There'll be water at that washdown station. There won't be water to every parking spot
Right.
on Lot B, right.
But just one station that people can pull up,
Yes.
fill up their water, their drinking water tank, and now let's talk about dump station. Anything provided?
When you use the word dump station, you're referring to?
Black water, gray water,
No.
so people just come back from a trip and bring in their motorhome and they have no facilities to
There'll be
empty.
access on Lot B to the sewage system, the existing sanitary sewer system.
So they can dump their tanks.
By regulation, they can dump, they can't just dump hazardous waste, but they can dump their
They're
sanitary
gray.
waste.
Yes,
Right.
that's precisely what I'm referring to.
Right.
Okay.
Commissioner Whitaker?
Just a clarification, we're only looking at Lot A tonight.
Correct,
We're not looking at Lot B.
correct.
So there won't be water, there won't be a dump station.
There will not be water.
There's no maintenance
Right.
for Lot A.
There is maintenance, but not what you're describing.
There's not boat maintenance. There's
No.
not RV maintenance.
The requirement is absolutely no work, no maintenance, no repair on boats of any kind or RVs of any kind. Also a requirement of absolutely no occupancy of any kind on RVs.
Okay, and then my other question is that this is temporary in nature, meaning at some point you may choose to submit another development plan for your property. And is this in a flood zone or any sort of restrictions concerning floods?
Two questions there. It might be helpful to recall that the current genesis, because something of this nature was talked about years ago, the current genesis of the boat and RV storage lot was prompted by the County of Orange Dana Point Harbor Revitalization Project. And in discussions between the harbor and the district board committed at the end of calendar year 2014 to create storage temporary storage for boats relocating from the Dana Point Harbor for up to 500 boats. The harbor envisions that construction and temporary storage requirement will last up to about 5 years. The board has been clear that, and for Lot A and Lot B, the nature of them will not exceed about 10 years, because at the end of the day, the mission of the water district is to provide water and water facilities, and the site future development plan is contemplating for water-related facilities such as a desalination plant.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions? Commissioner Newkirk?
Yeah, just a point of clarification on what the vice chair asked. What we are considering tonight, the boats and RVs would have access to a sewage facility to dump black water, non-hazardous waste. Is that correct?
After Lot B is built out, that's correct.
And the one tonight is Lot A, so there will be no provision for any.
Not immediately. But the term, the tenure for when we anticipate Lot B to be constructed is approximately January to March, because it's under submission to Coastal Commission.
I guess my big concern is what's to stop somebody from pulling into this lot that's somewhat self-monitored and just purging their tank. And it ends up down in the creek and down at Doheny.
The operator of the lot. We're in the throes of obtaining a professional operator for dry boat storage and recreational vehicles facilities. And that's one of the requirements for them to police.
Is there any possibility of providing a temporary fix for that, whether it's a permanent hookup? I mean, a tanker truck or something that could be pumped into just to prevent that?
Sure.
I mean,
We'll
I think
look at
that
that.
would be a safer fix. We all know the problems that we have with water quality, and, you know, you get, after a long day on the water, weekend on the water, whatever it is, it might be easier just to, you forgot to do it as you're getting out, and you just open the valve and leave.
We'll look at a mobile solution
That would be-
for the interim couple months.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Commissioner Denton?
Along those lines, at least maybe at one dumpster near the front or the entrance would be desirable, because most people do not dump their cans and soda bottles and all that stuff at the harbor when they pull out. They're such anxious to get out and get back to their storage. And what I'm concerned about is that you don't find yourself with a lot of paper trash and other types of cartons and beer cans, empty beer cans and things of that nature, you know, piling up on the site, and somebody having to go in and clean that up, rather than having, you know, one CR&R dumpster somewhere positioned on the lot where people at least should put their recyclables, you know. But maybe it's a little bit tricky to get the truck in there and get it, but ultimately I think it's something that you're going to find that would keep the site a lot cleaner if they had some sort of a recycled place to put their cans and bottles and stuff.
We will do that. The parameters of the operating contract requires refuse maintenance contract and disposal, but to do that by contract.
Any other questions of commissioners? In that case, I'm going to open the public hearing. Do we have any speaker slips? I see them coming.
Our first speaker is Wayne Rayfield.
Please state your name and city of residence, sir.
All right, good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Wayne Rayfield, and I am a 20-year resident of Paradise, AKA Dana Point. Actually, this month marks the start of our 21st year. And I also serve on the Board of Directors for South Coast Water District, president of the board. And you've already met our general manager, and we also have with us this evening the director of engineering. And all I was going to say is, we're here to answer any questions you may have, but that seems rather redundant at this time. So we do hope you will approve this conditional use permit, site development permit. And do remember, please, that this is the first step in a multi-step process to provide boat storage, really for the boaters who will be displaced from the harbor when the harbor reconstruction starts. So unless you have any questions for me, I'll just say thank you for hearing this tonight.
Any questions for Mr. Rayfield?
I do. How do you feel about providing water, trash, and a dump station in Lot A?
Well, in the more permanent facility, which we might call Stage 2 or Area B, yes, we have to. And as Andy said earlier, we'll talk to CR&R about having both a recycle container and a trash container out there, because Mr. Denton's absolutely right. Boaters need, being a former boater myself, they need a place to put their stuff when they haul the boat. And it may not be terribly convenient to do that as they leave the harbor to go to this somewhat temporary storage location. So we'll look at that. That's not, in my opinion, a major issue, or a deal killer kind of thing for us.
Have you ever owned an RV?
Owning a boat is bad enough.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We have no other speaker slips.
Oh, sorry. John Conk.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is John Conk, resident of Laguna Beach. I'm with the firm Project Dimensions, and we are the project managers for the Dana Point Harbor Revitalization Project. The director of OC Dana Point Harbor, Brad Gross, was unable to be here tonight at your meeting, so he asked me to speak on his behalf. OC Dana Point Harbor would like to thank South Coast Water District, their board, and their staff for their cooperation and their commitment to providing dry boat storage for the boaters in Dana Point Harbor, located outside of the harbor during construction of the Harbor Revitalization Project. South Coast Water District's Lot A will allow for sufficient dry boat storage of up to 250 boats that OC Dana Point Harbor, so that OC Dana Point Harbor can move forward with phases 1, 2, and 3 of the Harbor Revitalization Project. We appreciate the clarification that was made by staff tonight related to the striping plan, that 250 boat capacity could be reached on this site. And we also appreciate the city's assistance in processing this conditional use permit. We wish to thank your staff and members of the commission as well. We urge you to approve this conditional use permit tonight, and we fully support it. Just if I can answer a question related to the trash and the water and the dump station, it's our goal that our boaters in the current dry boat storage, which is called the Embarcadero at Dana Point Harbor, are the users of this new Lot A. And they're very used to coming out of the water, normal with saltwater. Boats in the saltwater, they want to wash down before they go back to their storage. And there's sufficient water in that location at our washdown area, as well as trash containers. We expect them to do their cleanup there before heading over to this lot, which they do now. They clean up at our washdown area, then they go back to the Embarcadero lot. We envision them doing the same thing and then going over to South Coast Water District's lot. However, I'm sure there'll be additional trash they forgot. They'll need a trash can definitely to dispose of anything they forgot. But we think most of that will be taken care of there at the harbor. And as far as water needs, there's water there available for their tanks. But RVs, if those end up being stored in that location, that's a different story. Obviously, they're coming from a different location. But thank you for your support.
Thank you. there anything else from, no other speaker slips? Okay.
Excuse
So,
me, Madam Chair, can staff clarify a couple things?
Please.
One thing I did mention, and a little confusing about this site, is that ultimately, the storage area will be, as the district had mentioned, will be much larger. Part of the issue here is that the current site that you're looking at, Lot A, is outside of the coastal zone, and therefore does not require a coastal development permit, but is only in the city's jurisdiction relative to a site development permit and a conditional use permit. Lot B, although, is in the coastal zone, and it is actually out of the city's jurisdiction due to its proximity to the creek. So the Coastal Commission will be concurrently reviewing their application for Lot B. So there would be possibly a time lag, because as we know, the Coastal Commission doesn't act very quickly. So I think it would be appropriate, although ultimately trash facilities and dumping facilities will be available on the fully improved site, I think it might be appropriate to go ahead, you could add a condition that on a temporary basis until the other permanent structures are built, that provisions for trash as well as wastewater are made for this site. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll bring that up in Commissioner deliberations. Yes, okay. I'm now going to close the public hearing and bring it back to my commissioners for deliberations. Who wants to start?
Well, as I said, I'm a former motorhome owner, and I had a storage lot that I parked my RV at near Saddleback. It was a dirt lot. Wasn't very fancy. No covers, nothing. But it, it had water, and it had a dump station. I mean, it's not a lot for RVs. If it doesn't have that, it's just technically a boat storage lot. My concern, and I'd like to hear from my other commissioners, my concern is that if we don't have any jurisdiction over Lot B, and we pass this tonight without these amenities, then we are possibly creating a situation, as Commissioner Newkirk had mentioned, where people come back and they just, open up their tanks and let the sewage, black and gray water flow down into our drainage and out to the ocean, or if without the trash cans, although the applicant has said that they will provide trash, why they didn't even consider this in the first place is kind of upsetting, but it doesn't seem like this plan has been thought through all the way. I don't know if we can possibly put in a condition into the resolution that says that this use is contingent upon these, amenities being offered in Lot B, especially if we lose control over it if it goes to the Coastal Commission. So that's just kind of my initial feelings about the whole thing. I can't, in good conscience, approve it. I have no problems with the idea of, making it an RV or boat storage. So if that's, I think it's a wonderful use. There is definitely not enough spots for recreational vehicles in Orange County because the land is so expensive, and I'd love to have this here. But I do have my concerns about the water, which I'm surprised the Water District didn't have, and since that's their specialty, dump station, and what was the other thing? Trash.
Who wants to be next? Commissioner Whitaker?
Let's see. In considering Commissioner Connor's comments. It sounds to me, and this sort of is a question, it sounds to me, something to consider is that it's really for boat storage. This is really what this is for. And it's in conjunction with the phasing and the redevelopment of the harbor. And it sounds like Lot B has all the amenities for the RVs, the dump station, the water, so what if we took out the RV portion and just had it a boat storage on Lot A? And then when Lot B comes to us, and when we see it, we can, then it would have the facilities for an RV. This is an idea. And I think that we should, if we don't take out the RV, we should do the mobile water and dump station, as well as the trash for either one.
You know, in theory, I think we need to make this thing happen because of the proposed harbor redevelopment. A little bit of a dance because of the Coastal Commission and Lot B. But I don't think my feeling is we shouldn't get hung up on moving it forward. I think, you know, the Water District has shown a willingness to come up with a short-term trash and gray water solution, possibly through pursuing some mobile options. You know, I think if that's in play, we're covered for the most part. If it comes to pass that Lot B doesn't make it through the state level, and we need to come up with more permanent solutions, then we may have to address it at that point. I mean, they are conditional use permits, and if it proves to be that things can't be carried out through completion, we can, I'm assuming, maybe I can ask staff, we can revisit this if Lot B were to be disapproved. Is that correct? Can I ask John or Ursula, if Lot B were to be not approved at the state level, could we come back and revisit these services, water, trash, and sewage on a more permanent basis for Lot A?
Yes?
Okay. In that case, that would be my recommendation, so we can get this moving forward. We have a fail-safe in case it does break down. And then we could ask staff for the appropriate wording for the resolution that would cover that.
Mr. Denton?
Well, I think it's probably not an ideal spot for an RV. I would agree with Commissioner O'Connor on that, but we have started the ball rolling on the harbor. The harbor has been approved for revitalization. I don't think that's going to stop, and we have to provide a place for the boats that are in the Embarcadero to go to as this project goes forward. I'm satisfied that the Water District is going to provide recycle bin as well as trash bin. That's key. We heard from the harbor that he's right. When most people pull their boat out, they hose the salt water off the boat, and they tend to dump food garbage, their cans and bottles. We see the people collecting them down there in the harbor all the time. But I think out here on this site, we need to also have that just to be sure that we don't create seagull and rat problems with bait and other items that end up laying around out there, which also consider a odor and a problem for rat population and things of that nature. People that own boats, I think, can understand that this is not going to be a place where they do their boat repair. They'll have to take it elsewhere. I mean, these signs, I would assume, will be very clear when they make their decision. But I would anticipate that most of the people in the Embarcadero dry storage in the harbor will be utilizing this. And if I were an RV owner, and I have been in the past, I probably wouldn't make this decision based on what I'm hearing from the Water District until Lot B is done. Lot B sounds like it's got all the amenities that I might want for my RV, but at the moment, a place for gray water in a tank and trash, I'm fully able to support this and would urge the project to get underway as quickly as possible so that we can coordinate with the harbor revitalization to get those boats up there so that we can get that harbor going. So that's my thoughts.
Vice Chair O'Connor.
I was wondering if our substitute city attorney could help us out. I mean, is it possible to put some wording in that that if Lot B doesn't provide certain RV amenities, that Lot A will have to, or that, I guess Lot A would have to have something available, or one of the lots would have to have something available.
We have a draft here of a condition of approval that the applicant will provide temporary, possibly mobile, water and sewer dumping facilities, as well as trash and recycling bins until Lot B is developed with permanent facilities. In the event Lot B is not developed, the applicant will provide permanent facilities, or the CUP would be revoked.
That is wonderful. Thank you.
Commissioner Newkirk?
Madam Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion that we approve resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Dana Point, California, approving conditional use permit CUP 140007 and site development permit SDP 140024 for the construction of a graded pad on an existing undeveloped dirt and gravel lot that will be utilized for the temporary storage of boats and RVs. The lot is owned by South Coast Water District, SCWD, and is referred to as Lot A and is located south of Stonehill Drive adjacent to the San Juan Creek, APN number 668-404-05, with the addition that Mr. Tilton, if you care to read it for the record, you can add it to my motion.
That the applicant will provide temporary, mobile, or otherwise water and sewer dumping facilities, as well as trash and recycling bins until Lot B is developed with permanent facilities. In the event Lot B is not developed, the applicant will provide permanent facilities or the CUP will be revoked.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? Are we prepared to vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. We move on to item number 5, and I will be recusing myself since I live within 500 feet of the project. And I'm getting there. Okay, hang on. All right, I was going to suggest a break, but I guess everyone suggested it for me, so.
So 10 minutes?
Sure, 10 minutes.
10 minutes. All right. According to my timekeeper, Commissioner Newkirk, his watch says it's 8 o'clock? 8:01. And let the record reflect that Chairwoman Claus has recused herself. She's within the 500-foot radius. So we are moving on to item 5. And it's the tentative tract map, TTM 17751, Coastal Development Permit, CDP 14-0008, Site Development Permit, SDP 14-0006, Conditional Use Permit, CUP 14-0005, and Variance V 14-004, for the demolition of current structures on subject properties and construction of a new three-phased mixed-use project featuring 32,500 feet of retail space on the ground floors and 109 residential condominiums on 3 levels above, with 2 levels of subterranean parking on 7 non-contiguous lots at 34135 Pacific Coast Highway, 24471 Del Prado, 34129 Pacific Coast Highway Phase 1, 34137 Pacific Coast Highway, 24501 Del Prado Phase 2, and 34155 Pacific Coast Highway, 24591 Del Prado Phase 3, located in the city's town center plan area. And this item has been continued from the regular Planning Commission meeting of July 14th, 2014, August 11, 2014, September 8th, 2014, September 22, 2014. And is there a report on this, Ursula?
Yes, Senior Planner Sama Kershi will start the staff report.
Good evening, Commissioners. Item 5 on your agenda is a continued item from 4 previous Planning Commission meetings for a proposed mixed-use project in town center area. Staff presented the project analysis of at the July 14th meeting, which was continued to August 11th and then to August 22nd, 2014 meetings. Those 2 meetings were conducted as study sessions for the project, where the applicant presented their project revisions. On September 22nd, the project was continued to today's meeting since the applicant was working on revising the project design. The staff will be presenting an analysis of the project tonight. In order to reduce the presentation's redundancy and to be respectful of attendees' time and not to repeat the information twice, the applicant will be presenting the project first tonight to showcase the project's changes from previous design and to present their massing study. After that, staff will then present an analysis of the proposed project. So with that, I turn it over to the applicant to begin their presentation.
Thank you, Commission. Thank you, Saima, for the introduction. Thanks for having us back for another hearing. In July, we came to you with a project that was received with many questions and comments and criticisms. And then, since then, we have conducted 2 workshop sessions. We've made a number of revisions. We've addressed a lot of the comments and concerns and incorporated a lot of your suggestions where possible. And the result of that is that we're here tonight with a much better project than we had in July. I mean, I have to attribute a lot of it to the collaborative process from staff and their efforts, which has been incredible, from our own design team, of course, from the commission, and from the community. And 3 months later, I think we have a really good project. It's very well thought out. We have looked at a lot of not only aesthetics, but the functions and the technical side of this project as well, which is a little bit more complex than a standard multifamily project standalone. This is within the context of a more urban setting. And so I'd like to get a remote control. By the way, for the record, I'm Peggy Tabus, Majestic Housing and Development. I reside in Newport Beach. Thank you. I like to start with the context. You've seen a version of this exhibit before, but essentially the yellow area is the town center specific plan area, which is approximately 75 acres. The green area highlighted on the right represents the Lantern Bay Shopping Center and the surrounding retail, which is approximately 10 to 12% of the total town center area. And in orange, our properties are highlighted. Majestic's assemblage is one of 3 ownerships in the town center, more than 80 feet deep, that extend from PCH to Del Prado. The other 2 are located, let me see if I can handle 2 things at once. There we go. Between phases 2 and 3, that's the post office property and the, what I call the Taco Bell shopping center, which is to the west of us. I want to get into some of the project highlights. I consider this really a master plan project with 3 development phases. Each phase is kind of a standalone, but it is comprised of a mix of residential, retail, public open space, private ocean view roof decks, and private balconies as well, and subterranean parking. We now have 109 luxury condos that range in size from 900 to 2,100 square feet, and they average 1,400 square feet. We have 32,500 square feet of retail space that can potentially accommodate up to 10 restaurants. I'm not saying that we would actually have 10 restaurants, but we could accommodate that many. And we are expecting a mix of national and local tenants. By the way, our FAR is under 2.5, it's at 2.3. Now, before I go on, I wanted to say one thing. There have been some comments along the lines of our project is too big, and maybe this one's too big. And I wanted to share with you my thoughts that it's the opposite. Maybe this project is just the right size. That maybe with a project of this size, there's quality control, there's architectural compatibility, there's critical mass, which in other words, there's enough here to actually trigger some new activity, new exciting activities in the town center and have a real impact. And lastly, there's enough here for a developer of this size to be able to provide, a development of this size to be able to provide some extra amenities and enhancements that maybe a small project could never do. And so I wanted you to think about that as we move through the rest of the presentation. And along the lines of the extra enhancements that a development of this size can provide, we have in 3 phases a total of 15,300 square feet of public open space, which is 16% of our total project area. And that's far in excess of what is required. That public open space is designed to be active courtyards and paseos that will be for community use. In fact, in phase 1, that area is, the 8,300 square feet in phase 1 represents 22% of the total land area. We have, as you've seen before, we have redesigned the lantern streets to provide angled parking. 10 new spaces have been created, 7 on Amber Lantern and 3 on Violet Lantern. All buildings are within the 40-foot height limit. We commissioned a market study, and this says market highlights, it really should say residential market highlights, but we commissioned a market study when we first began the process of designing this project. And Myers Research, a national company, has identified the target buyer as primarily move-downs looking for a beach-proximate urban experience. In other words, that those are primarily empty nesters looking to move out of their larger homes with less, to a smaller home with less upkeep. They're still desiring mid-sized to larger units, which we have accommodated. They want to be near boating, golfing, dining, and shopping, and I think Dana Point fits the bill for boating and golfing. We hope that with our project approved, that we will provide the dining and shopping experience. They're expected to come mostly from Southern California, and private roof decks and secured covered parking are going to be important features for them. Our average price is expected to be $600,000. Ocean views from the upper floors will command some significantly higher premiums. I wanted to show you some of the floor plans, and I apologize to those behind me who are looking from afar. I didn't realize we'd be this far apart. But we have a unit mix, first of all, predominantly two-bedroom units. 87% are two-bedroom, 9% three-bedroom, and only 4% one-bedroom. And it's a wide variety of unit types. It's one thing about these mixed-use projects, there's not a cookie-cutter floor plan. There are 30 different floor plan types, and some very exciting floor plans. In fact, the top unit that you're looking at, the longer one at the top left, that's a three-bedroom unit in phase one. That is approximately 2,100 square feet. That unit has 2 master suites, plus, it's in phase 3, excuse me, plus a den and a third bedroom and 2 balconies. It's a 2,100 square foot unit that almost lives like a house. Just to the south of that, there's a 1-bedroom kind of in a trapezoidal space, and those are the kind of units that we get in these kinds of with the unique building configuration that we have. It's a 1-bedroom unit with a large living area and a large balcony, and that's approximately 1,000 square feet. In the center is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath unit, approximately 1,300 square feet. And on the right, is one of 7 live-work units that we are proposing. This one happens to be in phase 2. We have 6 more proposed for phase 3. And this one in particular is a 2-bedroom live-work unit. The upper level is 1,300 square feet, two master suites plus living area. The lower level is 1,200 square feet work area. And that's a great unit for those architects, insurance brokers, maybe those who have a photo studio, furniture maker, something of that type that will be able to receive clients or customers right off the Lantern Streets. All our live-work units are on the Lantern Street. Now I wanted to get into some of the details on each of the phases of development. Phase 1 is a 45 dwelling unit, consists of 45 dwelling units and 13,200 square feet of retail space. The retail is on Del Prado and PCH, in these 4 primary areas. We also have 8,300 square feet of public open space. And as the staff report and the conditions of approval state, there will be an easement over that space, easement or deed restriction, granting public use during daylight hours. All required residential parking is underground, and elevator access there's elevator access to each floor. There's garage access is from Amber, right in through here. We have 41 retail parking spaces provided, all available to the public. And in this corner on the roof, we will have an ocean view deck with 1 elevator access. This particular phase does require 9 off-site parking spaces. But again, the staff report and the conditions address that issue, and we would no C of O would be provided until those 9 spaces have been identified. No certificates of occupancy for the retail component, that is, would be issued prior to us having identified those 9 off-site parking spaces. Now, I want to also talk about the public courtyard a bit, because I think that's one of the key elements of our entire project are these public courtyards. We have Paseo connections in this phase from PCH, Amber Lantern, and Del Prado. The paving will be enhanced paving of various types. We'll have areas for lounging, fireplace feature, water features, as well as many opportunities for indoor-outdoor dining. we anticipate restaurant spaces on this particular corner, on PCH, and on the Del Prado Amber Lantern corner as well. And we think that there would be excellent opportunities for those restaurants to have indoor-outdoor seating facing the courtyard. We envision, we're not only going to provide public art, but we envision that this space could be used for art exhibits at various times of the year and seasonal exhibits as well. We're also envisioning that there will be many people who will be buying lunch or dinner or coffee at one of these restaurants and coffee establishments and coming and bringing their food and drink here and hanging out. And as we addressed at the last workshop session in detail, all service access is internal to the site. This phase provides for residential move-ins. It's got a dedicated loading area separate and apart from the parking stalls. Trash and service will be off the streets. Phase 2 is a 32-unit phase with 10,200 square feet of retail on the east side of Amber Lantern. And phase 2, as in phase 1, all residential required parking is underground. Elevator access is provided to each floor. In this case, the garage access is from the alley. All required retail parking on this phase is provided on site and is open and available to the public. No off-site parking spaces will be required with phase 2. In fact, we have actually added 4 extra spaces on the alley, extra angled parking spaces on the alley. And again, this project, this phase, as in phase 1, has a rooftop deck above Del Prado. In this case, we have Paseo access from PCH in 2 different locations. In this location, in this main location, but we also have, under this canopy of potted trees, there's an access easement between Genkai and our phase 2 building. We also have Paseo access vis-a-vis the alley. And this particular courtyard, which is 4,900 square feet, is actually going to feel a lot bigger because we've elected to enhance the alley paving in this area to match the paving of the courtyard. So it's going to feel a lot bigger. It's going to really dress up the alley from where it is today. Again, this public courtyard will have connectivity to the shops and restaurants, lounging areas, a water feature, and various dining areas, as well as public art. And I wanted to note that in each case, these paseos will afford some, interesting, more retail display areas for the shops that I would expect could be here, as well as more glass for the restaurant that I expect to be located maybe on this corner. We've created some kind of, we've kind of tucked back the units so it's not all parallel and narrow courtyards. We've tried to open up the paseos and shut them down and to create some more architectural interest. Again, with this all-service access is internal to the site. We have dedicated loading off of the alley. We provide for residential move-ins, and all trash and service will be at the back of the house. And then there's phase 3 on Violet Lantern, and that's a 32 dwelling unit phase with 9,100 square feet of retail. The retail is, is on PCH and Del Prado. We have, as I mentioned before, 6 live-work units along Violet Lantern. All required residential parking is underground, and elevator access is provided to each floor. The garage access is from the alley. We have 15 retail spaces provided and available to the public. What's interesting to note here is that the live-work units, the work component, it requires parking comparable to retail parking. And that's kind of why we only have 9,100 square feet of real retail but we have a much higher parking requirement as a result of these live-work units. Nevertheless, as with Phase 1, no C of Os would be issued on the retail until those 18 spaces were identified. We managed to find, even on a small site like this, we've managed to find a little area for a public courtyard niche with Paseo access from both Violet and PCH. It says water feature down below, but that's an error, I apologize. But again, I envision maybe a little coffee bar, maybe a dessert bar or something in there, and some areas for people to come out and hang out and eat. And not to be repetitive, but again, all service access is internal to this site as well. We've provided for residential move-ins and for dedicated street loading. And now I wanted to get to the part of the presentation and to address what you have asked me for in the past, and that is a model. What we have tonight for you is a massing model that we dropped into the downtown so we can see the context of our 3 buildings within the real downtown. We've dropped the model in, we've got the streets, the topography, and we're showing the massing of the existing structures around. Mike Heinrich from Architects Orange is going to be operating the model and showing you various views, while I will show you on this screen the colored elevations and kind of bring out the highlights. As I want to explain what a massing model is for those who don't know. A massing model just shows building form and not all the architectural details, not window treatments, not awnings, not materials, not all the penetrations. Just simple forms. So keep that in mind as you're looking at the computer-generated model. The detail will be on the elevations. And so Mike is and I'm sorry it's not closer because it's actually, I wish we could focus you in a little bit more. And I think, Mike, you can zoom in a little bit better. Yeah, there you go. What we're looking at now is shown PCH and Amber Lantern, where Phase 1 is in the foreground. Spin it around. Now we're on Del Prado, looking at Amber Lantern with there you go, street landscaping. And then far to the right, that's the Violet Lantern Phase 3 project. So I'm going to ask Mike to kind of zoom in on Phase 1 for now. I want to talk a little bit about the elevations. And commissioners, we gave you a book because we wanted to make sure that you could see at least the colored elevations and in more detail than you might be able to see from where you're sitting. But Phase 1, Mike, this is the top elevation on the left is the north elevation of PCH. And I hope you can see with this lighting, but certainly in your books, we have spent a lot of time really working on the elevations, the colors, the forms, the materials, and the effort, putting in the effort to take these buildings and break them up into small components so that they look like almost individual shops as you move down the street. And I think you see the massing of the building on the computer model, but the more the finished look on the left. And I hope this is clear to you with all the detail. On the upper elevation, you can see where the Paseo entrance is in the middle of the elevation, right in through here. We've enhanced the project. I think the colors will work very well with the seaside community. We have embellished these elevations with a lot of material enhancements, stonework, for example, and awning treatments to be more exciting at the pedestrian street level. Mike, can you swing around to Amber Lantern? And this is the Amber Lantern view of Phase 1. Can you get in a little closer and show us? This is a SketchUp program. It's called SketchUp, and it's a fabulous program that anybody can download for free and play with rather simply. This is Phase 1 Amber Lantern elevation. And this over here, if you look on the left, the driveway access into the parking garage. Mike, can you turn it just a bit to show us the parking? Right. You can see the parking garage access off of Amber Lantern. Over here is showing where the Paseos comes in. Right, exactly. And I think if you, Mike, can you pull back just a little bit? By the way, we are showing you the massing of the existing buildings around so that you can kind of get some sense of scale. We didn't put in the exact buildings and exact roof lines. We just couldn't. We didn't have all the information to do that. And then I want to show you Phase 2. Phase 1. This is the west elevation. Mike, would you show the west elevation? One of the comments that we had received at maybe our first presentation, maybe our second, was, concern about the back sides of our project. And we have really taken a lot of time, and this is a perfect example. This west elevation, it actually faces the lifeguard building and the vacant lot next door, and you can kind of see from that view on the right. We've taken a lot of care on that elevation. It no longer looks like a dorm, like I think somebody mentioned. We've really broken up the massing and created some really interesting forms. We've softened the edges with landscaping, and I think you can see that. And this happens to be the rear of the building, where a lot of the units will have balconies and patios below. And then on the bottom is the south elevation, Del Prado elevation. Mike, can you swing that around? You can see that you can see from our colored elevation, the two-dimensional, that there's some real slope taking place along Del Prado. Now, what was I going to say? In the back, you're going to see the ghosting of our rooftop elevator access, and that's on the other side at the corner of Del Prado and Amber Lantern. And well, I'll get to that in the next elevation. This is Phase 2, which is an L-shaped building. And so what you're looking at is the south elevation on Del Prado. Well, actually, the part of the building can you show, Mike? Yes. If you can see on this exhibit here, this elevation right in here is this part of the building right here. And what's ghosted out back in there is the part of the building that's actually north of the alley on PCH. Again, we have worked to really improve on the elevations that we presented to you 3 months ago. Now, below the east elevation, Mike, can you spin that around to show that? This is the view you'll see if you're driving from the alley from Phase 3 to Phase 2. The post office parking lot is right in here. And if you were to stand back and look, and you would be able to see this is the alley, our building going over the alley. The reason it's ghosted, this much of the elevation is ghosted out, is that we're really highlighting the front part of this. Mike, can you show that? That part of the building right in there. And this is the part of the building that faces the post office, which is right here, and its parking and loading area. And as I mentioned in the last workshop, we're proposing some kind of art on the wall, softening of the architecture. with landscaping and various wall landscaping treatments. And then this is the PCH elevation. Show us that, Mike. That's right in here. This is the Paseo entrance. You can see right in through there. Again, we've used color and form and materials to break the building into smaller components. And then on the bottom is the Amber Lantern elevation. Mike, can you flip that around? You can see the alley entrance through there, right over here. And again, here's one elevation where we have rooftop access, elevator access. And you know, I want to address the issue of the elevators. Yes, they protrude above the 40-foot height limit. We have looked at every single manufacturer's options that they're out there. We have talked to the fire department because they dictate the type of access that we have to provide for a roof deck. And we have taken it all and come up with the most squashed down elevator access we can possibly find, we can possibly design. We've used non-reflective glass, color, and some very light materials to make the elevator access as unobtrusive as possible. But the fire department requires that we do have access just in case there is an emergency, and there needs to be provision for gurneys in that elevator, which dictates the size of that elevator. Okay, next. And then I want to, on phase 1 and phase 2, we have a unified architectural theme. We've used the color and materials that we think are very seaside appropriate and very Dana Point appropriate and very charming. We wanted to, as we move to phase 3, do a variation on that theme and to create a little variety in the street scene with different colors, different material, and different detail palette, if you will. And I think what we've used here in a little more subtle in whites and beiges and taupes with highlighting of some brick and stone materials. Again, you're looking at the top elevation. That's the north, that's PCH. You can see, whoops, wrong button. You can see there's a little Paseo entrance on one side. And Mike, can you kind of twist around a little bit? There we go. That's the elevation for PCH. Let's flip it around and show the west elevation. This is the elevation that faces the post office property, Genkai Phase 2. This is kind of what I would consider the back. We've worked pretty hard to break up and add some detail to that elevation so that it doesn't look like, you know, the back of the house, if you will. We softened it with landscape treatments on the walls. Can't see that in the massing model, but you can see that in the colored elevation. The material board, and I want to go through some of the materials that we're providing here. These are not cheap materials. These are, you know, high quality materials of wood siding, stone, various Cantera stone, fine plaster finishes, Venetian plaster finishes, wood trellises, a variety of colors. I think you can see the color palette to the right. This is going to be a high quality project. This next page shows the enhancements close up, some of the finer materials that we're using. The variety of stones along the bottom, stone and brick, will make that street scene a lot more richer. The 5 squares of color above are the proposed awning colors. We have canvas awnings at street level, which I think gives a much more elegant and welcoming shopping experience. So that concludes my description of the project. I wanted to address off-site views for a second. One of the members of the community had stated at the last workshop session fairly that she was not sure whether or not our project would have an impact on her view, and she wanted to see some shots and some way of dropping a model of our project into a scene so that she could be able to tell. What we did was we took a location, the intersection of Granada and La Cresta Drive, and this is a Google Earth image that we pulled up. And Google typically takes their images from about 10 feet above street level, and that's in this case. And we estimate that 10 feet, that view from here, is approximate the floor level of the home behind us, behind this camera. Our buildings are actually dropped into our sites, and I will show you. I think you can see better in your books than you can on the screen, but the phase 2 elevator is right in here. It's barely detectable. Phase 3 elevator would be right in there. And the phase 1 elevator, you can't see it because it's behind this tree. The buildings themselves are not visible. And I think this view only reinforces the view analysis that was undertaken as part of the mitigated neg deck to the town center. There are no impacts when the buildings are 40 feet high. There are no impacts to the community above. In fact, according to that view study in the MND, there were no view impacts at 50 or 60, but not at 40. So we wanted to demonstrate that. Since it came up, we have addressed it. I also want to address the 4th floor variance request. I know I don't like to have projects that require variances. I know we sat through the first event tonight, and yes, wish I could come in with a project that complied 100% with the town center specific plan. But I think in our case, there's justification for the 4th floor variance. Majestic Properties is one of 3 ownerships in the town center that extends from PCH to Del Prado. And it presents a unique situation that was not contemplated in the specific plan. And I think Boris, has spoke to that himself, and I think staff has agreed. If we were to be limited to 3 stories for the entire buildings between Del Prado and PCH, we would unfairly add cost and construction complications as we try to adjust from the 18-foot retail requirement at Del Prado and Coast Highway to a 9 or 10-foot living area behind. And we could break up the buildings and have a lot of open space in between, but that would unfairly limit the developability of our property as compared to our neighboring properties. So we think that this is a hardship that is unique to us. We are not asking for any additional building height. We have been able, because of topography, to be able to fit 4 stories into a 40-foot building height. I think what's typical is a 4-story building is typically 50 feet. This is 4 stories and 40 feet. There won't be any additional impacts to traffic, noise, views, or air quality as a result of the additional units. If we were to put retail in the place of that extra story, we would have more impact. Traffic counts would be higher, noise would be higher. air quality would be more impacted. And in fact, I'm told that our density is commensurate with the densities of some of the other projects that have been in the queue for town center, even those that are only 3 stories. And that's because we have so much open space on our, incorporated into our project. And then I think most importantly, the additional units are allowing us to provide those amenitized public courtyard spaces for the community. It's a tremendous benefit. And I think the sum of all of the above are justifications and for the 4th story, and we request your approval of that variance tonight. And just so that we can clearly show where the 4-story component is, it's the yellow area of the building. So white is 3-story, and the yellow is 4-story. So you can see where the white is on PCH and Del Prado. And you can see from this rendering, we are presenting a 3-story face to Del Prado. In this rendering, there's 4 stories back in here, but it will be undetectable because it's all the same height. So now I wanted to recap the changes that we've made since our July 14th hearings, just so that we're very clear as to what we have done over the last 3 months. 1, we redesigned Phase 2 to eliminate the need for a height variance, so we got rid of that. We eliminated 2 residential units and added more retail square footage. The 2 residential units, by the way, helped us to increase the courtyard spaces on both Phase 1 and 2. We converted the private courtyard space to public space. We added 40 underground parking spaces, reducing the need for purchasing off-site spaces from 63 to 27. Now, I know you're going to say the math doesn't work there, but we added more retail square footage. So our parking requirements went up, but we did in fact add 40 underground parking spaces, and we do need 27 in-lieu parking spaces. We added dedicated loading spaces on the Lantern Streets and alley for each phase. Those are above and beyond any of our parking. We have tandem parking, but that's now in addition to the required parking. So we have a few extra tandem parking spaces in the underground parking. We enhanced the alley paving, and we added 4 spaces on Phase 2 alley. We reworked every elevation to ensure that all sides will be fully articulated. We added a variety of stone and brick veneers and a variety of roof edges and cornices, landscaping awnings, etc., to bring a warmer and much more charming pedestrian street scene. We reduced the number of roof elevators. We only have 3, 1 for each phase, and that's required. And again, color, non-reflective glass will help make them less obtrusive. And we have addressed the service and loading issues. So in conclusion, we believe this project includes all the concepts and incorporates all the concepts and elements envisioned in the specific plan. It provides high-quality retail development and many opportunities for a healthy mix of shops and restaurants and local and national tenants. It has architecture and landscaping that is rich in detail and materials. It provides public open spaces for gathering that are interesting and usable. Provides high-quality residential units and a wide variety of unit types, and also underground parking. And then there are some enhancements that were not even contemplated in the specific plan. That's the alley upgrades and the new and improved Lantern Street parking and street scene. And then last, before I sit down and let you move on, because I know it's late and I appreciate your patience in listening to this. Majestic Housing and Development has been a town center business owner for 7 years. We have a vested interest in the town center success. And while we are not longtime residents of the community, we are business owners. And we have invested considerable funds in the improvements to our existing properties to be good neighbors and landlords during this time while we were designing this particular project. We've brought in professional property management, we've improved the tenant mix, And that was all leading up to a time where we could then realize our vision for a mixed-use residential project that is compatible with the town center specific plan. And we ask that tonight you vote to approve this project. We're very excited about it. We take our responsibility as being one of the first in the specific plan very seriously, and we look forward to developing this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Do the commissioners have any questions for staff or the applicant? Or staff has a report there?
So we have our presentation
Okay.
still.
All right.
Well, good evening, Commissioners, again. So now we will begin the staff's presentation, which will be basically the analysis of the proposed project. As I just said, this is a continued hearing for the proposed mixed-use project in Town Center. So this is just a recap of the location of the three sites, which is south of PCH, north of Del Prado, and phases 1 and 2 are to the east and west of Amber Lantern, and phase 3 site is to the west of Violet Lantern. Next slide, please. This is going... the proposed project, actually, I really should control that. John, if you could click on the, there are some bullet points, if you could please click on those. Keep clicking. In summary, phase 1 is proposed with 45 units and 32,000 square feet of commercial space. Next. Phase 2 is proposed with 32 units and 10,000 square feet of commercial space. Next. Phase 3 is proposed with 32 units and about 9,000 square feet of commercial space. Next. So in summary, the proposed project is proposed with 109 residential units and a total of 32,500 square feet of retail commercial space. Next. 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 The requested entitlement for the project is a request for the approval of a tentative map to sell the residential units as condominiums. Coastal development permit, since the site is located in the city's coastal overlay district. A site development permit is requested since the elevator towers extend above the 42 inches height allowance above the 40-foot height limit, and these are the elevators that do not provide access to the roof deck. A conditional use permit is requested for the roof decks, for guardrails for the roof decks to extend 42 inches above the height limit, and a shared parking arrangement between retail and guest spaces. The applicant is also requesting a variance to allow 4-story structures and a parking variance to pay parking in lieu fees for 27 parking spaces. So the following slides, I'm going to go through all the development standards and design guidelines in the town center plan and how the project complies with those standards. The town center plan requires minimum lot size to be 5,000 square feet, and the project is in compliance with that standard. For the density, there's no maximum density in town center, but the maximum floor area ratio, which is allowed, is 2.5. The project is proposed with a floor area ratio of 2.3 for phases 1 and 2, and 2.5 for phase 3, so the project complies with this standard. Additionally, the town center plan states that no more than 2% of the units can be studios. The project is not proposing any studio units, and it also states that at least 20% of the units have to be 2-bedroom or larger. The project is designed with 94% of the units which are 2-bedroom or larger, so it complies with the maximum density standard. Next. So the height standard in the town center plan is 40 feet, which is as measured from the sidewalk at the midpoint of the front property line. In this case, there are two front property lines. One is on PCH and the other Del Prado. The town center plan is silent on how to handle this situation. Staff has selected PCH as the front property line, and the project's height as measured from the midpoint at the sidewalk level on PCH for all the three phases is designed to be a maximum of 40 feet high. 40 feet high, therefore the project complies with the standard of maximum height. The plan is number of stories, which is limited to 3 stories. The project is designed with 3-story high structures as seen from PCH and Del Prado, but the interior portions of the project as seen from Lantern Streets and from the interior side elevations are 4 stories high. A variance is requested to allow for the 4-story structures. Staff is in support of this requested variance, as the visual impacts of a 3 versus 4-story structure can be construed negligible, since the overall height of the structure will remain at 40 feet. It should be noted that the view sims that were completed as part of the approval of the town center plan considered heights at 40, 50, and 60 feet and identified that there were no view impacts. The following slides will show the Focus 360's view sims that were prepared for the town center plan. Next slide, please. This is the slide from town center plan's M&D view sim, which shows 3 vantage points that were selected for the view sims prepared for the mitigated neck deck. The first viewpoint was community gardens off of Golden Lantern. The second one is off of Valencia. And the third one is off of Blue Lantern. And I think the fourth one was from Del Prado. This is the view analysis from the community gardens off of Golden Lantern at 35 feet. This is the view with the proposed 40-foot high structures in town center. And this is at 50 feet high. And the next slide shows 60-foot high proposed or possible structures in town center. The next vantage point is off of Valencia. This slide shows structures at 35 feet high. This is 40 feet, 50 feet, and 60 feet. This view analysis is off of Blue Lantern. This slide shows 35 feet height for the proposed structure, for possibly proposed structures in town center. This is 40 feet high, 50 feet, and 60 feet. And then the last view analysis is from Del Prado. These are just massing of 35-foot high structures, 40 feet, 50 feet, and 60 feet. So as as I stated previously, staff's recommendation for approval of the 4-story high structures is based on the fact that the view sims that were prepared for the M&D didn't identify any view impacts from 40, 50, or 60-foot high structures. Additionally, the staff also, next point, please, thank you. Additionally, staff also considered the assemblage of land to create a project that spans between PCH and Del Prado, which has resulted in a unique situation that was not considered in the town center plan, resulting in 4-story structures, but still maintaining a 40-foot height envelope. There's also language in the town center that allows 2 stories of above-grade parking be counted as single story when fronted by single story of usable ground floor retail space. While the situation of counting 2 stories of residential as one is not exactly the same as counting 2 levels of parking, however, the same intent is achieved, which results in ground floor commercial space with a height of 18 feet, floor to ceiling along the major corridors. To further show any height impacts, the project was also staked in accordance with the city's approved staking plan. Next, please. The next standard is permitted encroachments into maximum building height and roof decks. The project is requesting approval of a conditional use permit for the approval of roof decks. The project is proposed with roof decks for all the 3 phases, fronting Del Prado. There is 1 elevator proposed for each phase. The table here shows the height of elevators as it extends above the height limit of 40 feet. Phase 1's elevator is 14 feet higher, and phase 2 is 18.3. Phase 3's elevator is 17 feet higher. There are 2 stair towers also proposed for each phase, and the table lists their heights as well, which range from 5 feet to 9.8 feet. For phase 1, it's 9.8, which is the highest, and the lowest is for phase 3, which is 6 feet above the height limit of 40 feet. The project is also requesting approval of a site development permit for elevators not providing access to the roof deck. These elevators are allowed to extend 42 inches above the height limit of 40 feet. However, if they are higher than 42 inches above the 40 feet, they require the approval of a site development permit. The project's all 3 phases require the approval of SDP. On phase 1, the height extension or encroachment is only 6 inches. Phase 2 is 5.8 feet, and then phase 3 is 5.5 feet. Slide, please. The next standard is design of ground floor building frontages. So the town center requires the design, bullet point, please. The design of ground floor retail space is required to have 18-foot floor to ceiling height and a depth of 40 feet. The project is designed for all 3 phases with the 40-foot deep retail spaces fronting Pacific Coast Highway and Del Prado. The height, floor to ceiling height of the retail spaces ranges from 16 feet to 23 feet for all the 3 phases because of the changes in topography along the site's frontage on PCH and Del Prado. Staff considers the 16-foot height still meets the intent of the town center plan, since at other locations the additional height is provided for the retail spaces. Next slide, please. Ground floor retail spaces are also required to be flush with be flush with the sidewalk, and the project is in compliance with that standard. Next. The next standard is building setbacks and minimum build-to lines. The town center, sorry, if you could go back 1 slide. The town center plan requires 10-foot easement along PCH frontage for all projects, which this project is in compliance with, and frontages on Del Prado and Lantern Streets can be built up to the property line, which this project is designed with frontages right to the property line. Next slide, please. There is provisions for additional setbacks in town center. When a building facade is longer than 80 feet, the town center plan requires that an additional 10-foot setback be provided for a distance of 20 feet. Next slide, please. This table here shows the required and provided additional setbacks for all the 3 phases. The project is designed with various indentations of lengths and depths along all the frontages. If you look at the total numbers for provided versus required, you would see that provided additional setbacks are more for each phase than what is required, which results in additional sidewalk spaces along each frontage. It should be noted that only one frontage, which is for phase 1 along PCH, is actually longer than 80 feet minimum. It is 93 feet, but that additional 93-foot long facade is kind of compensated by providing additional indentations on other elevations. So the total provided 1,067 square feet for phase 1 is more than what is required, which is 970 square feet. Next slide, please. The town center plan also requires additional setbacks at upper levels. The requirement for additional setbacks for the upper level is 20 feet along the frontage of Pacific Coast Highway and 10 feet for Del Prado and Lantern Streets. Next. In addition to this, the development standard, the design guidelines in the town center plan further articulate this standard by stating that instead of a single step back yielding a wedding cake form, portions of the upper story may be flushed with the wall below to create an interesting and complex massing. The project is designed with additional 10-foot setbacks on upper levels. However, portions of the building are flush with the story below, as is stated in the design guidelines to avoid the wedding cake form. Since the standard and the design guidelines are in conflict, staff had to make an interpretation to achieve the intent of this requirement, which is to avoid a monolithic structure. Since the design complies with that intent and does provide additional step backs at upper levels, the design is considered to conform to the design guidelines and the standard of additional setbacks at upper levels. Next slide, please. Next slide. The town center plan also requires a provision of a minimum of 100 square feet per unit private open space, which the project complies with for each unit. It also requires 100 square feet per unit of common open space. Next slide, please. And this table here shows the required and provided common open space for each phase. The project is proposed with additional common open space, which is not required per the town center plan. And this results in 15,300 square feet of this open space will be open to the public, which will be a benefit for the town center. 6,600 square feet will be for the exclusive private use of the project's residents. Next slide, please. Next slide. The town center plan also states that access to the projects shall be taken from the alleys or from side streets and not from PCH or Del Prado, and this is vehicular access. The project is designed in compliance with the standard. The project is also providing loading spaces for all the 3 phases. For phases 2 and 3, the loading spaces are along the alley, and for phase 1, it is on Amber Lantern. Then there's the standard for the town center plan also states that there shouldn't be any residential units on the street level. The project has no units proposed on the street level. There are live-work units, so the work part or the commercial part is at the street level, and the unit is above the street level. So project is in compliance with that standard. The following slides are floor plans and elevations, which the applicant just presented in detail, so we will kind of skip through these to go to the parking analysis. So the town center plan states that for parking standards calculations, the projects have the parking requirement for projects shall be calculated based on the standards in the zoning ordinance. And the city's zoning ordinance currently does not have any specific standards listed for mixed-use projects. The zoning code states that in the absence of specifically listed use in the code, the director can determine the parking requirements for a use based on a similar use, which has the most similar traffic and parking generation characteristics. The director has decided to use the standard of one stall per 250 square feet for commercial part of the project, which is one of the three commercial ratios or parking requirements currently in the zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance has a provision which says that if it's a standalone commercial use, the standard is 1 per 300 square feet. If it's a commercial use with multiple tenants of more than 25,000 square feet, the standard is 1 per 250 square feet. And if it's a multi-tenant commercial use with less than 25,000 square feet, the standard is 1 per 220 square feet. Since this project's parking and traffic characteristics are similar to all the three standards, it could have been that we could have chosen any of the three standards, but the standard for 1 per 250 was chosen, so it would result in requiring additional parking spaces. If the staff, or if we had chosen the standard of one stall per 300 square feet, it would have resulted in 22 less parking spaces required for the project. So the standard that staff is using to calculate parking for this project is listed in this table on the screen, which shows for residential, it's based on multifamily residential use, and for commercial, it is 1 per 250 square feet. Next slide, please. Next. The table here shows required parking spaces for each phase based on the standards on the previous slide. The first row calculates parking spaces based on the standards as I just stated. And then the second row shows required spaces with 8% reduction. The zoning ordinance has a provision which says that any project where the required parking is more than 50 spaces can reduce the number of spaces by 8% if same number of bike stalls is provided on site. So this project is designed or is requesting this, is designed with this 8% reduction, and they are going to provide required bike stalls for each phase as listed in this table. Next slide. Next. The project is requesting approval of a site development permit for shared parking between retail and guest spaces. City's traffic consultant, LLG, did a parking analysis for shared spaces between retail and guest, and it concluded that the request for shared parking between retail and guest spaces could be supported as the peak parking demand for the two uses doesn't coincide. Next, please. The project is also requesting payment of parking in lieu fees for 27 spaces. Staff is supportive of the parking variance for in lieu fees as well, per the City Council's adopted Resolution 14-02-18-04, which allows the payment of parking in lieu fees. Additionally, staff is supportive of the 2 requested parking entitlements based on the recent parking plan, which was prepared by the city's consultant Nelson Nygaard, and the parking surveys that were done for Town Center Plan, which found that at the peak hour, only 1,637 spaces were occupied in Town Center, and that included all private and public spaces, leaving about 1,000 spaces unused. In other words, at the busiest hour on a busiest day, about 1,000 spaces were vacant and not utilized. Next slide, please. Next. The project is providing 287 spaces in subterranean garages to meet the required parking spaces, as I showed on the previous slides. Next. The project will generate 10 new on-street spaces due to frontage improvements on Lantern Streets. And there will be 4 additional stalls on-site on Phase 2 along the alley, which were not part of the previous design that was presented to the council, to the commission. Next. So the table here shows what is required and what is provided by the project. And I'll just go through Phase 1 to walk through the requirements and the provided spaces. The first row shows residents-only spaces. 84 are required for Phase 1, and the project is providing 84 on-site spaces with 6 additional tandem stalls, which are not counted in the provided spaces. The project is required to provide 8 guest spaces and 49 retail spaces. Since though the request is to share these spaces, the total requirement actually is 49 on-site spaces that would be shared between guest and retail spaces. To meet those 49 space requirement, the project is providing 33 spaces in the parking garage, 3 on-street spaces along its frontage on Amber Lantern, and 4 spaces which are also on Amber Lantern but along Phase 2's frontage, so those are credited towards this Phase 1, and 9 in lieu spaces. So the total will be 49 with 9 in lieu spaces, 33 garage spaces, and 7 on-street spaces. The project will also provide 12 bike stalls. So if we go to Phase 2 and 3, the table details again the required and provided spaces. This is also in your staff report for detail. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. So to recap, just the presentation, the entitlements requested again are a tentative track map, a coastal development permit, since the project is in the coastal zone, site development permit for the elevator towers that extend above the 42-inch height allowance. Those are the elevators that do not provide access to roof deck, and conditional use permit for roof decks, guardrails for the roof decks to extend 42 inches above the height limit, and a shared parking arrangement between retail and guest spaces. The project is also requesting variance to allow 4-story structures and a parking variance to pay parking in lieu fees for 27 spaces. And that concludes my formal presentation. Staff is here to respond to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Saima. Do the commissioners have any questions for staff or applicant? All right, Commissioner Newkirk.
I have a question for staff on the parking and the 10 new on-street parking spaces and 4 additional stalls that'll be provided on the alley. From what I gather in this, these are spaces that are increased by restriping the public street to a diagonal configuration, which was talked about in the original town center plan, which I think is great. We need to add more parking. But my question is, how are these considered a credit to the developer just because they happen to be in front of their property? They're part of the public street inventory, from the way I read this. And I would view that instead of needing 27 in lieu spots, it would be 41.
If I may, the actual town center plan in terms of the public improvements did not contemplate diagonal parking being added in that area. They would be included as part of the town center streetscape project if they had been required as part of those improvements. And it didn't lay out diagonal parking along those side streets. So it is additional parking that is being added to the project that would not otherwise be available. And the Nelson Nygaard parking management plan that we have presented to the Planning Commission and the City Council essentially talks about successful downtown areas that, whether it's public parking or private parking, it doesn't really matter. It's about the total supply of parking and ensuring that there's enough parking to meet the demand. And along those lines, there was a recent APA conference that I attended regarding town centers and specifics, and one of their key recommendations is that you should count on-street parking toward parking requirements. So it's along all of those lines that we're looking to a park once shared parking model, and the applicant is actually making all of the parking on this site shared public parking. So there's no exclusive parking for the commercial, it's all shared public parking, and they're doing that substantially complying with our suburban parking standards, which arguably, if you agree with the Nelson Nygaard report, overparks the project with suburban parking standards as opposed to downtown park once shared parking.
I agree in principle we need to add as much inventory to public parking, but if we're increasing the inventory by striping a public street, I have a hard time figuring out how a developer is credited with that spot when in essence it is an in lieu spot that they need. And if in fact that's the case, then there's in lieu fees that are in place. There was one element of the Nelson Nygaard report that I found a little bit concerning, because if we're looking at their most recent survey or report from Feb 24 of this year was basing the town center build out with a projected 237 unit development. Right now with 3 projects, we're over 60%, but they made a comment in here that I thought was a little bit alarming and maybe not as complete as it should be. They said, quote unquote, "For simplicity's sake, this analysis focuses on the amount of non-residential space that could be accommodated by the district's existing parking surplus." I think simplicity is great, but we've got to look at the build out of the whole town center, which is a mixed use residential commercial build out.
If I may respond to that comment, they ignored the residential because they know that the residential is being parked separately. We have separate residential calculations, so it was looking at the commercial component. So that comment was relative to commercial parking standards, what the build out of commercial would be, understanding that the residential component would be parked on site.
Thank you for that clarification. I still feel that crediting them with spaces that we're striping on public streets in front of their property, they're essentially in lieu spaces. And if we have the parking, then we do have an in lieu parking structure, and if they're not on site, they're in lieu, and there's a fee structure in place for that.
Commissioner Whitaker?
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. I'd like to have some clarification on the building setback and minimum build to lines concerning the 80, it says uninterrupted building facades shall be 80 feet need that as a maximum. And as you explained in the staff report and in your presentation, along Pacific Coast Highway in Phase 1, we have 93. And my question is that I understood your justification is that, well, averaging, in a sense, some other street facades are more articulated and have more interruptions in them, but it doesn't need a variance to go beyond 80 feet to 93. I'm just curious why that doesn't need a variance to the development standards.
Well, the Dana Point Municipal Code does offer a lot of discretion to the Community Development Director to make interpretations. And in this particular case, the intent of those setbacks at the 80 feet is to break up the monolithic nature of the building. And the staff's conclusion is that the project does accomplish that by articulating even more than is required overall. And that one facade on Pacific Coast Highway, when we looked at the elevations and when we looked at the project within the context, concluded that it did meet the intent of the standard.
Okay, thank you. And then I have another question about the additional setbacks at upper levels and what the design guidelines, or I guess it's the specific plan, what it says is that on Pacific Coast Highway, portions of buildings above the second floor or 30 feet, whichever is lower, is set back 20 feet. And your staff report talks about providing a 10-foot setback. Is there any place where 20 feet has been provided along Pacific Coast Highway in any of the buildings?
The entire building is already set back 10 feet because they have to provide a 10-foot easement along PCH. So the additional setback was 10 additional feet for the upper story because the whole project is already 10 feet back from the PCH.
So even though that this particular development standard is for I forgot the word for it, like the linear, it's like it's a portions of the building above the second floor. So regardless if the building is set back, it's really deals with the portions of the building, the actual building, not the building already set back. So that's how you're interpreting. You're interpreting it that if a setback's required, then this 20 feet gets reduced to 10 feet? Is that your interpretation?
Let me try to clarify that. That's actually, it's not an interpretation. What it says is the setback of the lower floor, I'm simplifying things, but the setback of the building, which is really the first and second floor, up to 30 feet, is 10 feet. That's the setback. When you go up to the upper floor, the setback is 20 feet, just 10 more feet.
Oh, I see. You're saying the setback is from the setback line.
Yes.
Not the building
Right.
base.
Right.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I have another question. And then this is a question of the developer. Is Majestic going to retain ownership of the retail? Or is it going to be sold like as condominiums?
I've been told that they are going to maintain ownership of the retail, and they can let me know if I'm incorrect.
That's correct. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Denton? No questions? Okay, I have a couple of questions. Simon, I didn't hear exactly. You said the busiest hour, and on the busiest day of the year, we have how many parking spaces? It was over 1,000
Yes, it's about 1,000 spaces
that are available or unused, or?
that are unused. Yes,
Unused.
so they are available.
Okay. That's what NYGARD is anticipating, or?
The city conducted a parking survey for the entire town central plan area, and that survey found about close to about 1,000 spaces that were not used at the busiest hour.
And the in-lieu parking fees, that was something that the city council and with a joint session with the planning commission, that was how they came to establish that.
Yes, if I can
Thing.
just clarify, that was earlier this year. There was a joint study session with the Planning Commission and the City Council. Nelson Nygaard gave their presentation, and shortly thereafter, the City Council directed staff to come back with a resolution clarifying the existing code relative to in lieu fees, which has been attached to your staff report for your reference, and is policy direction from the City Council to allow in lieu, consistent with the code, in lieu parking program.
And I want to clarify that the number of stories that are on Del Prado and Pacific Coast Highway are 3 stories. It's just the interior portion that's 4 stories?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Okay. I think that's it. Okay. Commissioner Newkirk.
I just have a quick follow-up on the Vice Chair's question about the parking survey. I don't recall from the presentation, how big of a radius from off of Del Prado and PCH did that survey take into account? I'm assuming it's all of the Santa Clara side. And then how far up into the Lantern District does that number encompass?
If I can clarify, are you talking about the number of the
in-
parking spaces that were counted?
The inventory that they came
Inventory.
up with. I mean, it's definitely more than we have on PCH Del Prado and the Lantern Streets or the north-south streets. I'm just wondering how wide on either side of the core does that go? I mean, does it go to La Cresta? Does it go all the way down to, through the bluff side and those streets?
It's actually the town center area, so it doesn't include Santa Clara Street at all. So that wasn't included as part of the parking inventory. It doesn't include it only goes up the 1 block adjacent to the commercial on the inland side of the couplet.
But in fact, it probably should include Santa Clara since that's close.
It only goes 1 block, so that doesn't include Santa Clara. So the parking survey was an inventory of existing public and private parking available for town center, and it didn't include those residential streets because those are not part of the town center area.
Okay, and then you'd mentioned that the staff is in the process of preparing with the new street configurations a visual roadmap of where it all is, so we can see, are we getting close to that?
I just spoke with our Public Works Director. We are retaining LLG, who is our third-party traffic consultant, to prepare that for us because they need GIS system to do that. So they are in the process of doing it. We keep asking LLG to do other things and other projects. It's in the queue, and we're hoping to get it as soon as we can.
That'd be real helpful as we move forward with these.
All right. So any other questions from the commissioners? All right. Then we will move to public comments, which we have continued from our September 22nd meeting. And I just want to remind everybody I have a no clapping, no booing policy, so people can come up here and say their piece and not be harassed. Be sure you get your speaker slips in, because I want to make sure everybody gets their chance. First on our list, and also everything that all the comments that were said in all the other 4 meetings carry over, and they are part of what we're considering this evening. So I just wanted to reassure you with that, especially for people that may have left. Our first speaker is Buck Hill, followed by Chuck Rathbone.
Commissioners, I'd like to thank you for your diligence in sitting through all of these meetings, and also the audience for listening to so many things. Please do not let the glacially slow progress of Majestic in terms of improving their plans wear you down. You still have to look at this as, is this what we want in our town center? This program could warp the town center plan into a totally changed condo and apartment center rather than a town center as envisioned in that plan. These changes and all of these residential units stuffed together are not what we as residents want or what visitors want to come. They don't create this vital retail environment and the sought-after pedestrian environment where we go to restaurants and so forth. This project is only 14% retail and 86% residential. That's not what the town center plan envisioned at all. This plan takes up 46% of the residential units in the built-out town center plan. That's the 109 versus 237. And yet it does not supply anything like the 270-some thousand square foot, that's approximately the number. 273,000, I think it is, square feet of commercial space here. They're only providing about 12% of the town center plan commercial space. If the whole town center is built out this way, we will have lost that vital environment where there's a lot of people on the street going to restaurants, going to stores that are interesting to visitors and to existing residents, not just condo residents. Okay, what's the answer to this? I think it's way too early in the development of town center to give up on the town center plan. It looks very viable. We've got multiple projects that seem to be able to meet it without variances. I think the staff has gone crazy on analyzing some of these variances. For example, the parking one just discussed. The guests will not be there at the same time people want to go to a restaurant or to a store. What kind of guests are those? They come at midnight and go home at 8 a.m.? And then the whole bicycle, reducing the space by something like 30 or 40 spaces. People in California cannot live with just a bicycle. The jobs are elsewhere, the shopping is multifaceted. You can't ride. I ride my bicycle every day, and I occasionally stop and have lunch while I'm riding my bicycle, but I definitely don't go shopping on it. So I think if you add up the real parking needs, it's more like 70 to 80 in lieu parking spaces. We have no way of providing those 80 spaces right now. And this idea that these 1,000 spaces are just waiting to be used, this development alone covers 98 of those spaces. And Brad's work on PCH and now Del Prado took 40 more away. So those spaces are evaporating, and as the rest of town center is built out, there won't be 1,000 spaces. And the city has made no progress in getting even one of those spaces available for the general public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Chuck Rathbone, followed by Sue Osborne.
Good evening, Commissioners. Chuck Rathbone, a resident of Dana Point. I'd like to say Majestic's made some pretty good progress and should be commended for their effort. However, the intent of the Town Center plan, as I understand it, was to support and promote small businesses. But this project is still asking for the 4 stories that will accommodate residential use, totaling 109, which is 2 less than the original 111. This use will only add to our parking congestion problems, and density is still a concern. TCP was very clear that the building height was to be a maximum of 40 feet and 3 stories. No exceptions were noted. I have to believe that those involved in the town center plan development had enough foresight when this criteria was established. And for that reason, I encourage the commission to deny the variance request since no real legal hardship has been proven and stay true to the intent of the town center plan that represents the people's plan. I said we can't start second guessing what took many man hours, I think $1 million to help develop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rathbone. Sue Osborne, followed by Deborah Lewis.
My name is Sue Osborne. I live in Laguna Beach. I have a business in Dana Point. Majestic is my landlord. And I want Peggy to know I'm speaking for my customers. I'm not worried. My lease protects me. If I want to, they're going to relocate me during development and bring me back. So I'm not worried about myself here. But I am worried about my customers who live in Dana Point and speak to me about this development. It is not what they want to have in their town. They envision a small, as Buck said, a place maybe 2 stories high, some condos above, but shops and restaurants, walk around a Laguna Beach, Carmel, something welcoming. And they're very frustrated, they're fearful, and they don't know what to do, and this wears you down. You know, I don't know how you guys do it. Anyway, that is, I have a lot to say. The PCH took away a lot of parking that I didn't even realize until last week when I was heading home. And it's all gone. It was supposed to, I thought this whole traffic change was to slow traffic down for the merchants, for shopkeepers, and now we have a two-way fast track, 2 lanes in both directions, going the same speed, tearing through town, no parking spaces left. So, I mean, it's pretty much a nightmare, but this concept of this massive development right there in town center, it's, I mean, if it was my town, I would be heartbroken. This is nothing, and you can't take this back. If this is permitted, and it's not just Majestic, it's any developer who comes in with this kind of, it's a moneymaker. I mean, it's not for the residents, it's not for the city, it's for money. And it breaks my heart. And I plead with you to think about that. You can't take it away once they start building. This is the town center, and it's not a center, it's a housing complex with a few little commercial spaces put into it. If the ratio, I figured that out, what was the ratio?
30 seconds.
Oh, okay. Anyway, there was like a 4-to-1, I figured, condos to commercial. And in good faith, I think it would be nice of Majestic, since they can't do the story pulling, is to make some 4x6 architectural renderings to put out on these areas in public view. When you drive by, you see these big architectural renderings of what they want to develop, so people know what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. Deborah Lewis, followed by Trent Hofferberger, sorry.
Thank you. My name is Deborah Lewis, and I live here in Dana Point. I'm asking that you deny the variance and the CUPs by Majestic. I'm also challenging the 15332 CEQA exemption. I concur with these other comments, but I'd like to address 2 issues. First, variance. The variance approval has to meet a specific legal requirement, and under the law, it says that there has to be a finding based on the facts that there's special circumstances that deprive Majestics of the rights enjoyed by other properties in this zoning area. And the variance can't confer a special privilege onto Majestic. So Majestic is now asking for a 4th story, but on what basis? There are no special circumstances here that we've heard. The zoning code, the negative declaration, and town center all impose 3-story maximum. And there's no evidence showing any disparity between Majestic and other property owners in the area if they're not allowed to build that fourth story. Actually, on the contrary, town center buildings don't have more than 3 stories. And if the fourth story variance is granted, then it's Majestic who will enjoy property rights not enjoyed by others in the vicinity, turning that legal standard on its head. The bottom line is that they want a fourth story because it's more profitable, which I'm not faulting them for, but that's not a legal reason to grant a variance. And we saw from their presentation that the sole reason that they want this variance is because it's too costly for them to build if they're not allowed to build that fourth floor. And courts have ruled in a number of cases overturning approvals of variances that economic difficulties in complying with zoning ordinance is completely irrelevant, as is the desirability and the design of the project. The question is, if they are limited to 3 stories, is Majestic prevented from utilizing its property to the same extent that the other property owners in the zoning district can utilize theirs? And looking around town center, all of it's 3 stories or less, the answer has to be no. I also think that a fair argument can be made
30
under
seconds.
CEQA. I'm sorry? Okay, and I'm also gonna talk to the staking. You know, I shouldn't have to be sitting here guessing, is this gonna affect my property, my ocean view? They picked Blue Lantern, which is the highest point in Lantern Village. That's the whole point of staking. It's required under the negative declaration, it's required under the town center plan, and it's required, if you read both of those, to stake the encroachments. And the encroachments are the 60-foot elevator towers that we're talking about. And if you look at these street lamps, they're 30 feet. So think of something twice that height. I shouldn't have to be guessing. Please make them stake.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Trent Hofferber, followed by Dana Yarger.
Trent Hofferber, Dana Point resident for 20-some years, something like that. I'd like to address a couple of issues, and one is in the plan, on page 13 and 14, it alludes to the idea that the plan would encourage first street level retail and second floor office, business and commercial, and then third floor residential. We don't see much of that in this project. In fact, tonight there are a few units that have a work-in space, but that combination does not occur, and that was part of this plan. And secondly, the 4 floors of residential are clearly not allowed in this plan. And I would hope that we could adhere to not dealing with that. Secondly, the area of the public use spaces, if they're going to be locked at night, then they're really not a public use space. And I think we should make some clarifications on how that's going to happen and how that's being considered a public space if it's closed at night, making one walk around the buildings if you're going to a restaurant or something instead of being able to utilize the space. And I'm opposed to the reverse angle parking if that's still in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana Yarger? He's still here? He left? Okay. Drew Reynolds, followed by Peter McDonald.
Drew Reynolds, City of Dana Point. We lived here since 1997. Everybody's made some great points. I'd like to talk a little bit about the town center plan and the genesis and the long process by which we came about this plan. I know most of you know about this, but I'd like to highlight a couple things. I I learned about it, I had a pretty unique perspective. I'm married to Kirsten Reynolds. She was a member of the subcommittee. And what many of you may not know is that she's much too humble to say herself, but Kirsten actually comes from the architectural field, and she's actually been professionally employed to actually do these type of plans. Did one for the city of Tulsa, no small endeavor. In fact, I was in awe of the process. She would come home after every meeting, and there were a number of meetings, and talk in detail about what the committee talked about. And the plan, by the way, was an official Dana Point subcommittee. It wasn't under a different staff leadership. It was the same city manager, so endorsed this committee. It was also attended and guided by Roma Design, our chosen design firm. So contrary to what some folks may think, there was no item that wasn't discussed. There was no stone that was left unturned. Everything was discussed, every iteration. And if it wasn't, my wife was doing hours upon hours of research to make sure that they were. Having experienced this firsthand, I'm really shocked that the city staff seemingly disregards this plan on this development project. We came out of the gate with a development project that adhered to all the city plans, and it seemed to fly through splendidly. This second, and by far the most substantial town center development, we're already seeing a lot of the most important parts of this plan ignored, and it's a little disappointing. I just don't understand why we want to waste everybody's time and create a wonderful plan only to throw it out right out of the gate. It's very frustrating.
30 seconds.
I guess I'll close. I have 30 seconds. You know, music would be better, like the Oscars. I think this is really a really important part in our history in Dana Point. There's a lot happening right now. It's clearly an inflection point that's going to shape our city for generations to come. And I really hope that we make our city staff and the planning, that the town center plan be our compass and that first line of defense of what we can and can't do. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Peter McDonald, followed by Terry Walsh.
Hi, I'm Peter McDonald. I came to Dana Point in 1994. I now live at the Admiralty on Santa Clara Avenue. I'm on the HOA board at the Admiralty, and I'm accompanied by at least 7 other homeowners in the Admiralty this evening. It seems to me we're spending a lot of time on nuances which are almost irrelevant given this project does not comply with the fundamentals. There's a dramatic difference between this project and what we spoke about at the first session this evening. Someone came in and said, I don't require variances, and everyone, you could tell, everyone was just thrilled, we can go ahead with it. This project requires multiple variances. Most fundamentally, it seeks 4 stories instead of 3, as the plan requires. That drives a whole multitude of other variances they seek, such as extra height on railings and heights on elevators and more parking spaces, and it just doesn't comply, and it should not be approved. It's not in keeping with the town centre plan, it's not in keeping with the spirit of Dana Point, and I've spoken with many residents, not just of my community, but in Dana Point. I've not spoken to one person who believes we should approve this with all the variances. Please do not approve it. Send Majestic back to the drawing board. It's just another ambit. They've had plenty. Do not concede and create such a lousy precedent as the first fundamental project that we approved for our new town centre plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Terry Walsh, followed by Carl Iverson.
Hi, my name is Terry Walsh, and I can't say things better than what's already been said about things, but I would like to focus on the 4-story evolution and just maybe clarify something that was stated. Peggy does a great job in presenting the plan, but it was stated that the 4-story evolution or the 3-story rule was not contemplated for the Lantern Streets. I can assure you, having sat through 36 meetings on the Town Center Subcommittee, we did contemplate that. I can't imagine someone would say that we didn't contemplate that, especially someone that wasn't there. I find that amazing. The 4-story thing is the real problem, in my opinion. If you eliminated the 1-story, some of the parking problems would probably go away too. I like the color scheme and all those kind of things, and that's just Jim Dandy, but that's not the part of my brain that works well. The part that works well is the fact that we do have a town center plan, and we took great pains to write that down on a piece of paper, and it was voted on, and now it's part of the zoning ordinance. It wasn't just a bunch of busybodies getting together one afternoon and deciding what we're going to do with downtown. The town center plan is the plan. It says 3 stories. I've been to how many of these meetings? I don't know what the meeting's called. Is it a workshop or is it a session? And they're just stubbornly sticking to 4 stories. No, it's 3 stories. And I just can't imagine that we're now in our 3rd or 4th meeting on this thing talking about the variance. The other thing that just amazes me is the fact that the staff recommends this thing. It just amazes me. After all the work and effort that's gone into it, we're trying to recommend this thing, and it really taints the whole process. I think that Gary said it best a couple of meetings ago. If you come in with a plan that doesn't have variances and you work with the community, your plan seems to sail through. I quite frankly don't think that Majestic heard that. I certainly did. And for those reasons, I really think that you need to deny this project. Let's not continue this and have another midnight meeting where we all have to come over and wag on about 3 or 4 stories.
30 seconds.
We've been through that. And deny it this evening, and when they decide to come back with a decent plan that fits the plan that we put together, which is a commitment to the citizens of Dana Point, then we can approve it promptly and we'll all applaud their efforts. We'd love to have the development in town, but not at the expense of 4 stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Carl Iverson, followed by Kirsten Reynolds.
Good evening, Commissioners. Carl Iverson, Capitol Beach. Excuse me. Okay, the variance. This is a self-induced variance. There's no hardship here. It's totally self-induced, both the 4 stories and the parking. If they eliminate the 4 stories, they're going to solve part of their parking problem. I definitely agree with Commissioner Newkirk about the public street parking. That's not their parking. That's in lieu parking. It has nothing to do with providing on-site parking. I think what they really actually should do is scale the whole project back. It's a developer project. Go for the maximum. Ask for the world, maybe settle for a state. But that's the way they approach it. And they're going to keep going at it until you either actually deny it, which I encourage you to do, or else we all get just worn down. Just a side comment about the open space. They have made a big issue of providing all this public open space. Today I had a chance to actually look at the plans, and you know, they have gates on every one of those open spaces, and on the plan it is noted that it is to be controlled access. So it's really not public space at all. The elevator towers, 18 feet for an elevator tower? I don't think so. I put a few elevators in buildings. You don't need 18 feet. So I question that. Yes, you have to go over in certain areas, but it should be very limited areas. You shouldn't have to go up 18 feet. It should be a reasonable intrusion into the space. I just ask that you deny the project at this point. Let them reappraise the scope of it and maybe come back with something that will actually work. Earlier tonight, we saw a project presented, and everyone here felt good about it, didn't they? No variances, sensitive to the neighborhood, very sensitive to what was going on, generated a beautiful entry into town. They're going to go through without any problem at all. But here we have another midnight meeting going on for the same thing again and again. Please, I ask that you reject it at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Iverson. Kirsten Reynolds, followed by Nancy Jenkins.
Kirsten Reynolds, Dana Point, Town Center Subcommittee member. The approved Town Center plan stipulates a maximum building height of 40 feet and 3 stories. The subcommittee's intention was always the pairing of these two requirements and not as line item design options. The plan clearly defines the intention of this requirement in written, illustrated, and photographic terms. The TCP land use section states the goal is to achieve development in the town center area that enhances the area as a primary business district in the city. Under policy 1.6, promote professional business office uses on the upper floors. This land use has been intentionally omitted and replaced by additional residential units. The developer is creating a residential land use priority. With the increase in residential units along Amber Lantern and Violet Lantern comes a decrease in retail, restaurant, and business services available to the pedestrian. Policy 1.9 states retail service commercial and visitor service commercial uses are priority uses. Policy 2.4 encourages pedestrian-oriented building frontages with shops opening to the public sidewalk and encourage a maximum amount of retail uses on the first floor. Policy 2.5, through effective design guidelines, encourage building designs, intensity, and setbacks to be compatible with the desired scale and character of the area. The subcommittee never intended for the Lantern Cross streets to be excluded in the pedestrian-friendly experience of the couplet, as has been inferred by others. That is not true. In fact, the TCP retail frontage all streets section states retail and similar active frontage should be built near the property or setback line, and primary entrances should face the sidewalk. The plan also highlights the criticality of circulation links. Amber Lantern and Violet Lantern have been designated as links to scenic overlooks. Due to this linkage, the land use and building elevations on these cross streets should provide functions that support a pedestrian-friendly 30 experience seconds. rather than the inactive nature created as a result of the proposed residential use. Our residents deserve a better pedestrian experience on these cross streets. If you take nothing else from the plan, remember this: Building Design Policy 8.1, new development shall comply with the town center guidelines.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Nancy Jenkins, followed by Susan Hinman.
Nancy Jenkins, a Dana Point resident for 23 years. I want to thank the developers for having listened since the very first time you came. And one thing that I think is the extent of opening up and having the courtyards, which weren't there before, which gives that feeling. I do have a little concern as a result of tonight with saying that the courtyards would be closed when the sun went down, because I think that some of the restaurants are going to encourage to have kind of a rest. People could sit outside in the courtyard, and maybe you could enter through the restaurant and just sit in the courtyard. But I know in the summer especially, you would like to sit out at night. But in this vein, what everybody else has said, I want to mention, is the intent of this is well known, that it's a pedestrian-friendly area with some condos above. My perspective deals with Amber Lantern. Due to the conversion on Coast Highway for the two-way traffic coming into Amber Lantern is the only place, if you are going north or south, if you're going north on the, I'm getting confused now, if you're going north on PCH to turn to go over to El Prado, the major street has become Amber Lantern. You cannot turn left on Violet. So we have additional traffic that wasn't envisioned before on Amber Lantern. Now, if we have that parallel parking that coming out in the street, it's going to be even narrowed even more. The other thing that bothers me is that I'm going to call it shopping, but I like to go to restaurants, I like to go to businesses, I go to the hardware store, I go to the sign store on Del Prado. But when I'm on Amber Lantern now, I go to 3 businesses. I go to the Sue's Bead Shop, I go to Tie This, and I love to look in the window of the Bazaar shop, which is faced as Amber. I am distressed that if I, as a shopper, if I'm on PCH, I have to go by all condos to get to Del Prado. I kind of envisioned it like any other shopping small area. And maybe that's not what's going to happen. But I think that was the intent, as many people have been saying, that we want to go around the corner and keep looking or shopping for what we want to desire. If this is the
30
intent,
seconds.
if this is the intent of a pedestrian area is carried forward on Amber Lantern, perhaps the variance might not be needed for the 4 stories from that point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Susan Hinman. And then I don't have any more speaker slips, or are there more? There are more, okay.
Hi, I'm Susan Hinman, Vice Chairman O'Connell and Commissioners. I'm a longtime resident of Dana Point, and I was really looking forward to seeing this whole town center plan come together. But let's get down to basics. Things are not working the way we had envisioned them to. There are 2 huge variances that are being requested that I think are unjustified. And I must tell you that I just recently attended one of our neighboring cities' standing room only committee meetings or community meetings, and the issue was parking. And people were very, very upset. When I see the minimum of 27 parking place variance, that sets a precedent. And why would we want to duplicate the irritation and anger in 2 of our neighboring cities by upfront granting variances for parking for a new area that we have visions of something that would be very, very positive for the community? Are we setting up something that all those who live north of La Cresta have no desire to come down to town center because we have to circle round and round and round for parking? I am very, very concerned about this, and I think we need to get to basics. We need to deny the variances. We need to deny this project until they come back with something that conforms with what our plans were. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hinman. Jody Payne is next, followed by Betty Hill.
Hello, I'm Jody Payne. Earlier this evening, I was an 18-year resident. Now it's closer to 36 years. I was listening carefully to the applicant's presentation, and I wrote down a quote that she said that I thought was very appropriate. She said, "I wish I could come in with a project that complies with the town center specific plan." And I would very much like the Planning Commission to make her wish come true. I would love to see a project that complies with the town center plan. As I've sat here and listened to all the details of this town center plan, how beautiful it is, how thoughtful it was, and how we can't wait to actually implement it, let's give it a chance. Let's not give it away. This is not the project we want. This is not the town center we want. Please have them come back. Deny it tonight. Specifically the 4 stories. The applicant talked about the 4 stories in terms of visibility from Del Prado and PCH. It's not a matter of visibility, it's a matter of density. As long as we have 4 stories, we have higher density. That is not what we want as residents. You're hearing it from every single person who comes up here. Luckily, the applicant didn't buy dinner for people, so we don't have a bunch of people up here telling other stories. But it's true. It's true. We want a project in compliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. Betty Hill, followed by Keith Johannes.
I just have a couple of comments after Jody's. These are a little anticlimactic. I think it's pretty clear that originally, I think the Town Center Committee wanted a 35-foot height in Town Center. They allowed for extra height to 40 feet just to accommodate some retail space or commercial space. So there's no question in my mind that they envisioned 3 stories, residential, commercial, this mixture in Town Center. The staff has made a lot of interpretations of the Town Center plan that, in my opinion, favor this developer for whatever reason. The one that sticks in my mind is that the elevations on Del Prado turn out to be higher than 40 feet. That came about because staff decided to use Pacific Coast Highway as the basis of the elevation. Now, there are several, there are multiple lots. So if you're only using one elevation or one location, logic would seem to dictate that if you wanted to conform to the plan, you would use the lower of the streets or 2 different elevations if that wasn't going to work very well. But this gave Majestic the extra 4 or 5 feet it needed to squeeze in that extra story. So I really question some of the interpretations and assumptions and some of the gifts that were given to Majestic. Those were the main comments that I just wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Keith Johannes, followed by Richard Curtis.
Keith Johannes, resident of Dana Point. So we have these issues, and just a review in my mind as well as yours, parking. Somebody's got to be doing the math on the parking. We're gaining, losing, using old numbers on our parking. We have open space issues with this project. We have the town center plan being ignored and actually changing the land use of it. This is a precedent-setting development if it's approved. So I'm asking you to deny this because you have your finger in the dike of the variances. You think there's a lot of pressure on variances now. Just grant this one and you'll see what else is going to happen as far as the pressure for variances. So thank you very much, and hopefully you'll deny.
Thank you, Mr. Johannes. Richard Curtis. And then I don't have any more speaker slips after that, no?
Richard Curtis, a 5-year resident of Dana Point. I feel out of place among all you old-timers, but my wife and I retired here 5 years ago, and here's where we're going to be. I'm not going to push the 3-minute limit like I often do. Question for staff. I'm making the assumption that this parking survey occurred before PCH and Del Prado are becoming 2-way streets with no parking, and why was it done on a Tuesday evening instead of, say, a Friday evening? What does Tuesday evening tell us anything about parking spaces? So I imagine myself wanting to patronize one of these new restaurants that go into the Majestic project, make a reservation for Friday at 7 p.m., drive down the hill, circle the block, the several blocks 20 times trying to find a place. There aren't any parking places on PCH or Del Prado anymore. I asked myself, how does the developer paying in lieu fees to the city get me a parking space? It doesn't. So either I drive home
frustrated and make a meal, or I drive on down to San Clemente with their notorious parking problems and go to a restaurant there.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. So that, there are no more speakers, so I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the commissioners for
If I may, Madam Chair, if you will indulge me with a little bit of time prior to you start your deliberations. I know it's late, but there have been a number of comments regarding, staff's recommendation regarding the project, and I wanted to provide a little bit more information regarding that recommendation. So first, I would say that staff agrees that the commercial component of the Majestic project is the most important element of this project, that streetscape ground floor level. It is the most important component of any mixed-use project, whether it's in Dana Point in California, in the United States, or anywhere in the world. I recently attended the Western Regional International Council of Shopping Centers conference last week. There was a panel of 4 developers that have recently developed mixed-use projects in California. And there was consensus among all 4 of those panelists that the most important element of a mixed-use project is the street experience, was the words that were used. They agreed that the residential and office rents are driven by the success of the ground level retail. In other words, a premium in residential and office rents can be achieved if the ground level is well executed. Commercial development has always been allowed in the town center, even before the town center plan, before approval of that plan. However, since incorporation, which we know we're celebrating our 25th year, only 2 of the many vacant lots in the town center area have actually been developed. And they could have been developed with commercial uses prior to the town center plan being adopted. The rezoning of the parcels to mixed use through the town center plan process was to increase the value of the property in the town center, to upzone it, if you will, to incentivize the development community to build the commercial space that is desired by the community. However, as history has indicated, without the residential development under the previous zoning, the commercial development didn't occur. So the question that we're left to consider is how much residential is appropriate. The town center plan doesn't provide a maximum density and instead provides a floor area ratio to affect density. The Majestic project conforms with the FAR requirements that are provided in the town center plan, even with a portion of the project at 4 stories. The project also conforms to the height requirement, even with a portion of the project at 4 stories. On September 15th of this year, I attended the California chapter of the American Planning Association in Anaheim. One of the sessions, there were a myriad of sessions, one of the sessions I attended was called Mixed Feelings on Mixed Use, Revitalizing the Underutilized. There's a strong desire to do more urban infill development. The legislation regarding greenhouse gas has helped lend a desire to do that, among other reasons, as it is viewed to be environmentally superior to other types of development. The results, though, of these mixed-use projects has been mixed, and I would like to share some of the information provided in the session presentation. Now, the presentation I've actually printed, it's over 100 slides. There's just a few key slides that I did want to go over, and this is from a panel of experts. They're design professionals. There were actually no developers on the panel. And some of the information that they provided that was important was, first, what is mixed-use development? Development that blends residential, commercial, cultural, institutional. Mixed-use development allows for greater housing variety and density. It reduces distances between housing, workplaces, retail businesses, and other destinations. It encourages more compact development, strengthens neighborhood character, promotes pedestrian and bicycle-friendly environments. Those were the summary points related to what is mixed-use development in this presentation. Then there was the discussion about the challenges for mixed-use retail developers, and there were a myriad of them. Retail is overbuilt in the US. We have 2 times more square footage of retail development in the United States compared to Canada. We have 20 times the amount of square footage of retail development than Italy. A critical mass of other stores and shoppers is needed. Retail space built under housing is more difficult and expensive to develop than either space alone. Lenders are especially wary of having vacant stores below housing. Retail spaces must comply with more stringent zoning and building code requirements. They require more durable materials and storefronts and cost more to build. Architects strain to accommodate both the taller ceiling heights and parking requirements associated with retail space and the predominant housing components in such projects. Those were a few of the challenges that were outlined. So another question that needs to be considered is how much retail is appropriate. There was an economist that was a member of the panel as well, and his slides started with, wouldn't it be nice to be able to walk to an ice cream shop? And I can just get to his slides quickly. And then it says, some economic reasons mixed use fails and what to do about it. But he starts off about this question about an ice cream shop, and he says that the average American household spends $28 a year at ice cream shops. And a 1,250 square foot of gross leasable area is what a typical ice cream shop needs, and does an annual sales of $100 per square foot, which equates to $128,000 a year in sales. $128,000 a year in annual sales requires a trade area with 4,500 households. For a walkable trade area, a quarter-mile radius, you would need 36 dwelling units per acre of a gross density that would support one median ice cream shop. The point really of this is that retail occupancy will be market-driven. So in terms of, you can build the retail space, but whether it's going to actually be occupied or not will be driven by market factors. In fact, his next slide is titled, "Wishing It Doesn't Make It Happen." And one of the overarching themes to the failed mixed-use projects was vacant retail space. So if there's agreement that the ground floor street level is the most important component of a mixed-use project, having vacant retail is going to be a detriment to that lively streetscape. One of the recommendations of the panel was that cities should allow retail but not require it, going back to the fact that we've been over-retailed in the US and as compared to Canada and Italy and other places. There was many techniques that were discussed about how to provide flexible space at the ground level where maybe today retail can't be supported but could be in the future. But anyway, the big sort of point of their presentation was that the failed mixed-use projects have been the ones where the retail is left vacant. There was another slide that talked about the cost and benefits of mixed use. It costs more, the entitlement process, design, financing, construction, parking, management, and operations. And the potential benefits are office rents, residential rents or sales, public benefits, and synergies. Again, the biggest reason retail fails is lack of market demand. Another consideration regarding retail is that it is the most impactful land use as it relates to traffic and parking. There's been concern expressed about the residential density of the project and traffic impacts, and it has been expressed that the project doesn't have enough retail and commercial space. The development standards in the town center plan don't regulate density other than through the FAR and the building height, which the project does comply with. There is also not a requirement for a certain percentage of retail versus commercial space. What's really important is that ground floor streetscape level. That is what's going to dictate the success of the overall project. And what happens above that doesn't draw to that streetscape level or subtract from it. And so it's really important to get that retail correct. Staff does want the Planning Commission and the public to be informed that retail is the most intensive land use from a traffic perspective. It requires more trips. It is the more impactful than any other land use. Staff's recommendation is trying to balance the realities of mixed-use development, all of the various challenges, with the benefit of this commercial district that the town center plan envisions, and which I have heard over and over that the community does desire. So the Majestic project does provide an immediate opportunity to create a critical mass of retail to kickstart the vision of a retail commercial center. And I just did want the commission and the community to be aware that that has been in the back of staff's mind in terms of evaluating the project. I did want to mention that there are current efforts for staff reaching out to adjacent property owners who own private exclusive parking and to talk to them about leasing it for public shared parking, which was a strategy under the Nelson Nygaard Parking Management Plan. And there are even discussions with an owner of a vacant lot that could accommodate more than the 27 parking spaces, which is within close vicinity of the project. Those are, very early discussions at this point, but I did want the commission to be aware of those efforts that are currently happening. And of course, we are available for any other questions that the Planning Commission might have.
Any questions from Planning Commissioners? Nope. Okay. Then why don't we go forward with Commissioner comments, and we'll start with Commissioner Newkirk.
This project's, we've been hearing about this for a long time. I applaud everybody's patience and perseverance for sticking through this. But it's important to the future, long-term future of our town. And it's a request for a number of entitlements, but it really hinges on one, and that's the variance. Without the variance approvals, everything else really becomes moot for the most part. And variances are something to be looked at, I think, with extreme diligence. It needs to be discussed and pulled apart and dissected to the levels that we've done it. And I think that through this whole process, we've seen many different iterations, different viewpoints. And the variance really stems back to a key document. It's the Town Center Plan. And this was something that has taken 10 years, plus countless hours, money. We all know all the details. And it's really whether we stay true to that vision. I personally take my charge very seriously. There were many people that preceded me with their time and effort in coming up with this plan, staff, citizens, prior commissioners, and I was in town and followed this plan from its inception through to its final acceptance. And I said it before, it's really not the start line, it's the finish line. It's where we have built our desires and come to a mutual agreement of what we would like. And there's two components that I've mentioned again, so excuse me if I'm duplicating, but there's a design guidelines. I think the applicant has done great and taken great strides in working with design guidelines. But their guidelines, the other side of it is the development standards, and those are the standards. Those are, for lack of a more simplistic term, the rule of law. And, if you really want to boil variance down to its most base elements, when you look at all the standards of what needs to be required, it can really be almost boiled down to the basic economic principle of wants and needs. A variance is based on need through hardship, extraordinary circumstance, literal interpretation, special privilege. There were some comments that the director recently made about a vibrant town center. It hinges on the commercial side of things. And I couldn't agree more. I've lived virtually all of my adult life in towns by choice that have had very thriving town centers, and they work for really specific reasons, and that ranges from Westwood to Manhattan Beach, to Belmont Shores, to Corona del Mar, to Los Gatos, and here. And I think what we've seen is, rationalizations and reasons of why we should be granting a variance that have really taken the vision of our town center plan and subverted it a little bit. I mean, the commercial core of the town center is the core. It's not the perimeter. I don't think it was designed, and we've heard commentary from members of the commission or the committee that crafted this. I can't believe that we forgot about the north-south streets. And visual impact, if we look at it from above, we all know that those 40 feet heights work. That's why we allowed them. That's why we came to that level from the original thought of 35. And why did we do that? To allow larger ground floor retail commercial space that provides a more visual appealing streetscape as you walk by, as you experience it, not from a bird's eye view. How do you look at things as you walk? I probably notice these more than most people. I've spent my life as a photographer. I look at everything through the perspective of how lenses work, and I see these things, and they really register with me. The comment was made that 4 stories is usually 50 feet, but we can make it work in 40. Well, how does that visually impact things? It squashes everything down. Part of the original discussions with Town Center was we didn't want to end up with retail or commercial space like the building on Del Prado and Violet Lantern, where you have squished down commercial space that is residential above. We wanted that big high ceiling. Do we have an attractive place for business? I would say most definitely. We're on the coast. We're a very attractive zip code. We're going to attract good retail, commercial restaurant businesses in. And that thriving town center comes from a vibrant core of those sorts of businesses, and not necessarily by just more residents. When I look at this on a variance basis, I don't really see a physical hardship. It's a challenge. Can you take those streets at front, the lantern streets, and make them conforming? It would require the elimination of those live-work units with that shorter bottom space and convert those into more commercial retail spaces. I think there are some challenges on the back of those buildings in those deeper spots. If you have a wide footprint like Phase 1, that's an area you might look at saying, you know what, maybe there's something can be done on that on those interior lot line projects. It'd be great if it was like Santa Barbara off State Street, where you have these plazas where you can walk in and there's commercial ventures around that perimeter. But perhaps you could take the Lantern Street frontages, make them conform, and do something on those back sides that would allow a little more density. Perhaps maybe that 4th floor, which from those interior lot lines, you're really not going to see it. They're going to be built to other buildings. It allows a little more density that aids the developer. The extraordinary circumstance or conditions that aren't applicable to other subject properties, you can build those things to conform. The fact that they're too big to conform. We recently had one that it was too small to conform. So the codes aren't built to just right. So I don't think it meets that watermark. Does it deprive the applicant of privileges enjoyed by owners of other properties? Well, the town center plan is the town center plan. They all march to the same orders. So I don't find that. And quite frankly, I think by allowing that 4th floor, because they're these long frontages, would be a grant of special privilege, because a smaller property owner that comes in and says, well, I would like to go 4.2, you can say, well, no, you're not long enough. You know, it doesn't really, there's not an equitable representation, and I think it opens up a lot of potential problems downstream, and that it's not based on a hardship or is not a matter of convenience. Well, I think all of the reasons I've given above are a very valid case that they are in fact both of those. That there's there is no hardship and it would be a matter of convenience. So, you know, this is the first volley in what will become the town that will outlive all of us. And I think we have a chance to do it once. These properties, I think, are very developable. I don't think this is the right configuration right now, and as proposed, I am not in support.
Thank you, Commissioner Newkirk. I think I'll go next and work my way down the dais. I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum from Commissioner Newkirk's comments. I think we all want a vibrant town center. I mean, that's what we have a town center plan for. And, but, you know, there is going to be more intensity of use, and there is going to be more traffic, and that's what we wanted. That's why we created a town center plan. I'm pleased that there is no height variance. I think the biggest issue here is the question regarding 3 stories versus 4 stories. And maybe I wouldn't have voted for this project if the 4 stories were on Del Prado and PCH. But the fact that there are 3 stories on those perimeters, I think the intent is, you know, the developer's intent is in the right place. You know, whether we, you know, I've said this before, whether you put 40 feet in 3 stories or 40 feet in 4 stories, it's still 40 feet. Now, the argument against that is, oh, well, there's an intensity of use. Well, if that 4th story was commercial, again, I'd probably have difficulty approving it, but that 4th story is residential. And residential, in my opinion, is a lot less intense use. You know, when you've got a husband and wife, or whatever, 2 people living in a condo, they're making, you know, maybe 4 trips a day to and from work, and then maybe going to the grocery store or whatever. And, but if that, you know, if in that 4 stories it was commercial, then you'd be having much more intense use because people are probably coming and going every hour or 2, going to dinner or shopping or whatever. So the other thing is I really feel that we didn't anticipate that somebody would go from Del Prado to Pacific Coast Highway, and the difficulty would be, what are they going to do with that center space? You know, several years ago, the Lantern District had a height issue, and it was because the way the code was written, it made it impossible for people to build homes that even reached the same scale as their neighbors. And we had to put together a residential task force that dealt with height and clearing that issue up in that area. And after that, it wasn't a matter of issuing variances here and there. It eliminated the variance process. And I feel like, you know, we have wording in the town center that does, in the town center plan, that doesn't work in a practical application from, if somebody develops from Del Prado to PCH. We just, our last meeting or two ago, as the gentleman said, we move at a glacial pace sometimes, and I've lost track of time. But we had a single lot developer who, at the Union Bank area, he too needed a variance because, and it was just a half story, and it was, in order for him to comply with the handicapped access going down to the subterranean parking, it required a variance in stories. So I'm wondering if we do not, that the town center plan isn't, that wording about stories. Height, I can completely understand. We don't want to go 40, more than 40 feet. I understand that. There was the hotel project, the Doheny Hotel. I was opposed to that. I didn't think it was right for that spot. I thought there was an intensity of use for there. It's not that I'm insensitive to those issues. I really felt, that that hotel didn't work in that position. But this project, I think, is it perfect? No. Is it? But I do think that there is a hardship when you're going from one side to the other. So that's how I feel about the 3 stories versus 4 stories. Now, with regard to the parking, I'm glad that they added additional parking. And this whole issue of parking and lieu fees, that was a directive made by the city council. They've allowed a developer to use this as a way to, not add parking. But I'm relying on the Nelson Nygaard consulting firm. They're saying that there's enough parking, and we're going to have to, take their word for it. Maybe we are, kicking the problem down the street to a future time, but I think we're just going to have to, projects of this scale, not just Majestic, but I'm talking about the town center, it's not a static thing. It's something that has to grow over time, and you work it and tweak it until it's practicable. So, so if we need to make certain changes along the way, that's what we need to do. So that's how I mean, those are the major issues. I'd go into more detail if it wasn't such a late hour, but I would like to hear how my other commissioners feel. Commissioner Denton.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Well, I think there's good news and bad news in what we what we've seen tonight. The positive, and I think we heard it from the director, is that there was some 14 individual lots in town, and I think 2 of them have been developed probably in the last 15, 20 years. And based on the town center plan, if the lot next to the UPS store, if I decided I wanted to build 40-foot high, retail on the bottom, X number of apartments, condos, dentist office, whatever on the above, I can guarantee you I'm not going to be able to dig an underground garage. That's just not possible. It's not feasible financially to dig a garage under a lot the size of the lot that's sitting next to the UPS store, which might incidentally be paved over and become a parking lot very soon, but that's another day. So all these empty lots, the ones up by the bakery on the other side, they sit there and nothing's done. Then we approved a project over by, let's see, across from the wine, which used to be the wine place. Help me here with that.
Lux.
Lux, yep, right across the street from Lux. Guy came in, asked for no variances. He's going to dig parking in there and so forth and so on. Well, the green fence is still sitting around it, and nothing's happened. It stopped. Now you can all say, well, he's waiting to see if something else is going to get approved at the hotel, this, that, and the next thing. But the bottom line is, financially, it stopped. The finances are gone. So now we're sitting here tonight with a very, very unique situation. We have a deep pockets developer that's come to town with lots of money and is willing to dig 2 stories underground to park cars, and we're complaining ahead of the game here about parking. But you know what? I don't think there's anybody in this room that doesn't go to either San Clemente or Laguna Beach for dinner or shopping or just hanging out or getting that ice cream we hear about, and you circle and try to find a parking spot to go there. And we know that that's probably one of the most popular 2 cities to go to hang out in is Laguna Beach and San Clemente. So parking is not ideal. So we, to try to talk about an ideal parking situation is putting the cart before the horse. We don't even have any parking problem in town now because there's no businesses in town. I can go to Tie This and find a parking spot behind it. If not, I can park up along the Schwach Burger and go there. It's no problem because there's not enough people downtown to do business. So here we have a deep pockets developer that wants to build a project, and to deny them the fact that they should have residential instead of dentist's office or whatever all I heard tonight above there instead of residential. I don't see anything wrong. The residential doesn't use as much as if we get a big Borders bookstore in there and there's people driving down there to get books and this and that. And they have the money to do this. Now, the problem I have, I have a problem with the 4 stories. And as far as I can see, that's the big fly in the ointment here. You can talk all day long about the Nelson Nygaard, whether you agree with it or you don't agree with it. We don't have a parking problem because we don't have anybody building anything. And we don't have anybody shopping, and we don't have anybody downtown eating. That's it, come on. You go downtown tonight, when you leave here, drive through there. If you see 15 people, I'll buy you an ice cream tomorrow. There isn't anybody walking on the street, maybe some homeless, and I'll buy them ice cream too. But anyway, the point I'm making is that this is a unique situation, and this developer, I think we should be encouraging, not painting them with a brush of destruction to our town center because they want to put some condos, or the open area which we can work out, is going to have a gate locked in it. I didn't hear that they're going to lock the gates at sundown. And I don't see, if I lived in one of those 2,100 square foot condos, I sure as heck don't want people going through my basement or whatever you want to call that at midnight or 11 o'clock at night when people leave restaurants. I liked what Commissioner Newkirk said. If there's a way that we can convince the developer to do something on the side streets, the Amber and Violet Lantern, at the proper height, and maybe make an exception or take a look at the exception as to the internal on phase 1 where it's beyond the streetscape, it's in the back because they own a wide enough lot they can do it this way, that we could see our way clear of letting them having the extra space in the back to make this project more feasible for them, and yet move forward with the 3 stories on Amber and Violet Lantern the way we intended. And I'd like to see that be the space, retail or restaurant. We can talk about restaurant and retail space all the time, but did you ever consider if these places have for lease signs? I drive up PCH and down Del Prado, and I see a lot of for lease signs. There's no guarantee, as we heard the director say, just because we build them, they'll come. the city council has put $20 million on the Cum Line. It's $20 million on street improvements that says all this is going to pay off. Well, that money is on the Cum Line, and we've got to make it come. And I think we've got a responsible developer here. I did not feel that way about other developments that were going on previous to this. And I think there's a responsible developer at the Union Bank building. And there was one across from Lux, but that guy hasn't, turned a shovel of dirt over. Peggy, I would urge you to come back and take a look at the side streets and find a way to meet the intent of the town center plan, the design guidelines. And if there is a way that this commission can see its way clear to allowing the backside of phase one be what you want it to be, including getting your roof views, which I was originally against because I don't like elevator shafts. But I'm willing to compromise in my approach to this project, because the beauty of it is that you do own the properties from 7 years now, from Del Prado to PCH. If we start building, let's go back to that lot of UPS, and you have one guy come in and buy that lot and wants to put up New England architecture, and the guy buys the next lot next to it and he wants Spanish Revival. What are we going to have? A patchwork quilt, nothing that even feels and look, and I like the funky nature of this, the design of this, the different colors, the different stonework, because we've got a deep pockets quality person. And if we get somebody who's cutting it to the thin and starts putting up stuff that we're ashamed of later, we still don't have any more parking because they're not going to dig holes in the ground to park us. And now you got people on Santa Clara, they're going to be really upset because people are going to be parking on Santa Clara and up in La Cresta, up in the Lantern District, which you can't park anywhere in the Lantern District now after 5 o'clock, 5:30 at evening, because the driveways are full of cars and trucks and this, that, and the next thing. So I think we need to really find a little bit of a compromise here to help Majestic move forward in a way that makes us proud of what happens in the town, but honor the town center plan. 3 stories on the side streets, and retail or mixed use on the way to go. I mean, putting more dentist office or law offices on the 2nd and 3rd floor, I don't think it gets us what we want. I lived in San Francisco, 2 different areas in San Francisco. I enjoyed coming out of I was single, but I enjoyed coming out of my place and coming down and walking to the corner and having my breakfast in the morning and walking to another place in the evening to have dinner and not have to ever get in my car or take a bus or a cab or whatever. And that's what I think urban living is all about. And, I think that's what I'm for in this. I can't support it with 4 stories on the side street. I can probably find my way to agree with Mr. Newkirk that if you put 4 stories in the backside of Section 1, Phase 1, I could deal with that. But I think you've got a nice-looking project. I think the materials you're using are good, first-rate, and will fit Dana Point. And it would feel good not to sell them lot by lot, 1 lot at a time. It's nice to see that we would get some size done from the very beginning on. So that's my point of view. Sorry I'm so wordy, it's late, I'm tight.
Thank you, Commissioner Denton. Commissioner Whitaker.
Well, I guess, just to start with, maybe I'm not very articulate, but I like the project. I think it doesn't bother me that there's 35,000 square feet of retail and it's 109 residential units. That I'm comfortable with that. I think that's a good project. I have no problem with that part of it. Concerning the variance, though, for the fourth story, my understanding from talking to staff and listening to the presentations is that because the retail portion on Del Prado and PCH to get in the the 16-foot, 18-foot ceiling, and then to put 2 units over it, that gets you to 40 feet. And you have that as bookends. And then in between, there are different floor heights. And how do you do the internal circulation in the hallway to get to the elevator to be ADA? And so that's, I think, the crux of the variance request. And so to do 3 levels, 3 stories without retail and just have it residential on the side streets, that's where you get into the problem, okay? So I am, because of that, and then I look at where you have on phase 1 that, I don't know, I guess it's the north elevation. It's next to a property line. It doesn't have a street or an alley. It doesn't have, no one's going to be going to shops there. That's not going to be stores. That's going to be residential. And so, 4 stories of residential within the 40 feet there, as I've heard other commissioners say, well, maybe that works. And then the other half of it is interior into the courtyard. You don't really see that. So I can understand that, and it gives you the vertical or the horizontal circulation within the hallways of these condos. And then you, moving through the site, the work live units that has, hopefully it's some sort of commercial venture on the ground floor, kind of gives us that retail that we were looking for on the Lantern Streets. And again, it's 4 stories, again, for the horizontal circulation. I think that's the hardship with these long lots. So for the 4 stories, I can understand the need for it, the need for that variance. I wouldn't want to see, I don't really want to see this repeated, but what I understand is that there's 3 other properties that is basically going to come in with the same would come in with the same requirement. They have so much retail, and then, but if this were 100% residential, I would not be supportive of 4 stories because there's no horizontal circulation issue. So I wouldn't want to see 4 stories of residential without this specific circumstance. And considering the parking variance, I do understand. I do understand that the city's desire is to have an incentive to commercial, to provide commercial development, and retail development by this in-lieu parking and the parking, shared parking. And I am very familiar with applying this type of parking to mixed-use development. And I am comfortable that the shared parking will work. And if we find it doesn't work, we can deal with it in the future. But I think that I feel very comfortable to support that. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitaker. I happen to agree with you. You said it better than I could regarding this interior circulation space is the hardship for the residential units because they're not required to have the 18 feet, on that first story. So you have, if it was just 3 stories in that interior, you'd end up with a building that was kind of like this, with sunk at the interior. But anyway, Commissioner Newkirk?
I would disagree with that assessment in that what I think the intent of my comments, and I believe Commissioner Denton was it on those lantern streets, those ground floor developments would be as they are on Del Prado and PCH. And if you look at their diagrams, look at where the residential starts above the corners on Del Prado and PCH and put a straight edge across them. It flows straight across on those. You're simply replacing those live-work units with conforming commercial properties. So it's not an up-down, it's not a Winchester house. In their diagrams, it's a very linear progression. So I don't think that is accurate. I think what we're looking to do is saying, convert those live-work units into conforming commercial 18-foot ceiling developments. And that makes those lantern streets conform. It opens up the possibility on those interior lot lines for them to be able to do it. But I think if you look at the applicants' diagrams on phase 1, 2, and 3, you'll see that those would flow straight across. Phase 3, A34, east elevation, violet lantern. A24, west elevation, amber lantern, and one would be A15, east elevation amber lantern. So the properties fronting the streets, there's not a zigzag on that. If you go to the top of those corners and go across, they're hallways. It's just converting those live-work units into more conforming commercial spaces as is required by the town center plan.
Could I ask for clarification from Gary?
Sure, Commissioner Whitaker. It's getting late.
I know who I am. Are you saying that as you face the street, but the other side could be different? Is that what your suggestion is?
It sounds like you were saying that if we were to not allow them to have 4 stories on amber and violet lantern, that you would end up with this staircase development between the 3 and 4 story properties. But all you're doing is taking those 4 story sections and converting those to 3 story sections where that bottom floor is a conforming commercial space with an 18-foot ceiling. So it offsets those 2 lower floors. So the net loss is that those work-live spaces with what I view as a squashed down look, because if it normally takes 50 feet to build 4 stories, and we have 40 feet and we're building 4 stories, the visual appearance, the visual streetscape is compromised. It's a squashed down effect. And I don't think that was what we were looking to do with the town center. And I think it was a comprehensive grid of streets in the core, not the perimeter.
Well, I think what I'm going to do is make a motion and see if there's a second, and then and go from there. Because I don't really want to get into a situation where we're trying to redesign a massive project like this. I don't, think it's our job to really do that. So I make a motion approving, I gotta make sure I'm in the right place. Hold on. Yeah. I make a motion approving 1, tentative track map TTM 17751, 2, coastal development permit CDP 14-0008, 3, site development permit SDP 14-0006, 4, conditional use permit CUP 14-0005, and 5, variance V 14004 at 34135 PCH, 24471 Del Prado, 34129 PCH Phase 1, 34137 PCH, 24501 Del Prado Phase 2, and 34155 PCH, 24591 Del Prado Phase 3 in the city's town center plan area. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? So we have 2 in favor, Whitaker and O'Connor, and 2 opposed, Newkirk and Denton. What it transpires with a tie?
It's a denial.
I'm sorry?
It's a denial.
It's a denial.
Yes.
All right. So that has us move on to new business. Oh, I'm sorry, we're at public meetings, so there are no public meetings. Old business, there is no old business. Staff reports. Do we have any staff reports? Sorry.
I'm so sorry. No, we have no staff reports.
No staff reports. Okay, commissioner comments? Commissioner Newkirk.
Just a lot going on in town. Battle of the Paddle's great. I think people ate too much at the barbecue festival. Last weekend, the Dana Hills High School had their Dana Hills Invitational running meet. I'd like to thank the city for stepping up and providing the city services for free. It was about 10% of their take from the event. It's all fundraising. Sports at school are all fundraising now. Made a huge difference. The school and all the athletes really appreciated it. And as a final note, on a sadder note, we lost 5 local boys and girls on Friday. They didn't go to Dana Hills. One of the boys went to Marco. They've got connections and friends all around town. One was a good friend of my boys. It's just a good reminder to urge safety out there with your children. It was a real tragedy.
Sorry to hear that. Commissioner Denton?
I just want to thank staff and the public, I think, for a lot of hard work and a very tedious review of this project, and I'm hoping that we're a 9 iron away from getting it done right, and that's all I'd like to say to Oppose that thought.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitaker. Nothing. Well, I want to also say thank you to staff and thank you to, you know, for all the hard work and also to the commissioners and the people that have been here for every meeting and, you know, slogged through all this with us. I'm glad you came out and I know, as I said, we may not agree on the way to get there, but we do all agree that Dana Point is a great place and we're lucky to live here, so. Adjournment, the next regular meeting of the Planning Commission will be held on Monday, October 13th, 2014, beginning at 6 p.m. or soon thereafter in the Dana Point Community Center in the gym located at 34052 Del Obispo, Dana Point, California. Good night.